I'll go ahead and open this meeting for August 7th, 2013, Oceanside City Council, Harbor District, CDC. Roll call, please.
Mayor Wood?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Kern?
Here.
Councilmember Feller?
Here.
Councilmember Sanchez? Here. Councilmember Feline?
Here. Mr. City Attorney, please.
Thank you. The council will meet in closed session to discuss the following items. Item 1, conference with the labor negotiator involving the Oceanside City Employees Association, management employees of the City of Oceanside, unrepresented employees, Police Officers Association. Pat, anybody else? I think that's it. Item 2, conference with legal counsel on existing litigation in the matter of the United States of America versus JM Manufacturing and the State of Nevada et al. Versus JM Manufacturing. Item 3, conference with real property negotiator involving the Jolly Roger Restaurant, 1900 Harbor Drive North. Under negotiation, price or terms for the lease of the property. Item 3B, conference with labor negotiator involving Joe's Crab Shack Restaurant at 314 Harbor Drive. Under negotiation, or price and terms for the lease of the property.
Thank you. With that, we'll adjourn to closed session. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We get started. First half of the council meeting is usually consent calendar, a few items, and then to 5 o'clock for another portion of it. So right now, roll call, please, Mr. Clerk.
Mayor Wood.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Kern. Here. Councilmember Sanchez. Here. Councilmember Feline. Here. Councilmember Felly.
Here. Thank you very much. You have a moment, please. Consent calendar.
Consent calendar is items 4 through 7, 9 through 10, 12 through 13, 15 through 17. Items number 8, 11, and 14 have been pulled from the agenda from public.
8, 11, and what? 14?
8, 11, and 14.
Okay. Can I have a second? Thank you. Any further comments for the remainder? Please vote.
Motion approved 5-0.
Thank you. Let's go with number 8.
Item number 8 is approval of professional service agreement with Stowards and Brown Engineering of Encinitas in the amount of $118,800 for construction staking services for the El Corazon temporary athletic fields and associated improvements located at the El Corazon. Approval of budget appropriation in the amount of $118,800 from General Capital Fund 501 assigned El Corazon account to the Silica Reclamation Fund expenditure account, and authorization for the city manager to execute the agreement.
Thank you. Doug. It's Doug, the public, pulled that, and who was it?
Larry Berry.
Go ahead, Doug.
I'll go first. I was one of the first people, probably 15 years ago, when this Silica, my name is Larry Berry, I live on 3973 Brown Street in the city of Oceanside. About 15 years ago, I was one of the first people that came to meetings for El Corazon when Silica was going to give it over to the city. And their whole thing, and one of the things I thought about because of the 1962 Mining Act, that they were supposed to, as a mining company in the reclamation of land, they were supposed to, by law, turn it into how it was before they started mining it. But there was a way out of it. If they donated the land to the city of Oceanside, they didn't have to do it. And they handed out that carrot for us, that $5 million, and said, we'll give you $5 million, we'll give you this whole deal, and you will end up being this hangout, and we'll take the city and you can make it parks and all this other stuff. And I don't know, I can't remember the dates on that, but I think it was about 15 years ago. My point is that this last thing, it seems that I hope we're not going to get nickel and dime here for every little thing. We just gave away $1.2 million on grading the property that's going to be turned into soccer fields, when in fact it was told to us that it was going to be about $200,000, and we were going to get the best thing since sliced bread, that this thing was going to come onto us. And now I see that there's another thing that's going to cost another $200,000 for some engineering fee. All this stuff, we gave these people the land in a lease contract. We give it to them, and then they just keep coming back more and more and more. And when is it going to stop? And that's my argument to this. Once you get into these contracts, these deals, it seems like it never ends. And of course they're going to go to the city because you've got the money, and you're going to keep throwing money at this thing. So I'd like to, stand up, be accountable, tell these people what are we really getting into. I mean, everybody loves a salesman that, they promise the moon and you get nothing. And it seems like the taxpayers of Oceanside are getting less. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No further public on this item.
Doug or City Manager?
Honorable Mayor, council members, actually the city received $1.4 million along with the land for the ultimate reclamation. We've also had a number of revenue generating opportunities that are occurring on El Corazon that continue to replenish those funds. You did award a grading contract, which was specifically the construction portion of that. Under the terms of the agreement, we are also obligated not just to do the grading, but we have to do the inspections and the testing of that grading as well. So these are the ancillary costs for those services. Had you not awarded the grading contract, then we would not have brought these forward. The reason they're here now is because we had to wait until you awarded the grading contract to fulfill our final obligations for the overall construction of those, the pad for the fields. The developer then is obligated to actually put in the fields and the irrigation and everything else along with it. So this fulfills a portion of our obligation under the agreement that you've already approved.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for the question, Mr. Berry. I did understand it was part of our contract. It was something that came on to us, several months ago, that it was one of the items that was included within the contract. But having brought this up, and some of the comments that were made by Mr. Berry, in exchange for this long-term lease and basically bringing the Surf Cup to Oceanside, these are 20 fields. I've heard 2, I've heard 3 of those fields will be available for city use by by the public. Could you clarify that again? Because I've been asked this question over and over and over again by the public. This is somewhat related to the question, so.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Sanchez, Doug Eddow, Real Estate Manager, City of Oceanside. 2 of the fields there are open to the public all day long. It's only to be restricted when they have major tournaments there, but the public can use those fields as well as a little green space park area. They don't have to make reservations to use that field, and those fields will be maintained by the developer as well as their other fields.
Okay, and when you say unless there's some major tournament, is there a restriction on how many of those there are per year?
Yes, there are 10, no, I believe up to 24 major tournaments that can be utilized there, but they may not always need those 2 additional city fields. But that's typically for the weekends. They're not being utilized at all during the week.
Okay, so 24 out of 52 weeks?
Correct. But again, a major tournament may not utilize the city fields as part of their overall operation. They wanted to reserve that right for something like the Surf Cup, which is a significant undertaking, and they would need that additional space.
Right. Well, I do hope we're actually, 20 fields sounds wonderful, and I think everyone fixated on 20 fields, when in fact we only have 2 of them that will be open to the public, and so and to our kids. The others are kind of like a professional kind of a soccer use. Is that right?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Sanchez, that's not truly accurate. What happens is 5 of those fields during the week are being made available to the Oceanside Soccer Club.
Okay.
And that's in addition to the 2 that are open to the general public. And the hopes are by giving the Oceanside Soccer Club those 5 fields during the week, that 5 other fields in the city are opened up for other sporting activities.
Okay, great. Great clarification. I hope that helps you, Mr. Baer, in terms of the contribution towards the city in terms of these fields, and I move approval.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Councilmember Clinton.
No, I just want to, excuse me, the money that you use for grading, that is the reclamation money, is that correct?
Honorable Mayor, Deputy Mayor Kern, correct.
Right, so the money that they gave us for reclamation is the money we're using to reclaim the property. So that's kind of how that money got passed through to the actual building of those, or actually putting it in place to actually.
Those funds are the funds that were otherwise generated on the site for reclamation activities.
All right, so thank you.
Further? If not, please vote.
Motion approved 5-0.
Mr. Clerk, item 11.
Item number 11 is approval of a property lease agreement with Reach Air Medical Services, LLC of Santa Rosa for the operation of emergency air medical transportation services in the amount of $240,000 in rent for the initial term of 5 years for the use of a portion of city-owned property at 110 Jones Road for crew quarters and helipad base operation, and for the use of a portion of the fire training center. An additional $10,000 per year for branded name program and branding license fee. $156,000 per year for program coordination as set forth in the integrated fire department air ambulance agreement, for a total revenue of $1,070,000 during the 5-year term, and authorization for the city manager to execute the lease and related documents.
Proposal.
Larry Berry.
Thank you for that clarification on, I knew it was 1 million something. I thought it was 5 million, I was being generous. I have some problems with this.
We'll take it.
Millionaire. My name is Larry Berry. I live at 3973 Brown Street in the city of Oceanside. There's a whole lot of questions to this happening. I believe in, sometimes we're sold a bill of goods in this city, and I see it all time and time again. And one of the things I call it is reciprocity. Reciprocity is a mutual agreement and cooperation between two parties in buying things. And one of the things I see in Oceanside, particularly on this thing, I'll use the example of a car salesman. I went and bought my wife one of these electric cars, and went in there, $40,000 on the sticker. I went in and I did my homework before, and I knew it was Chevrolet was giving a $5,000 discount on this thing. And I went in, and the guy told me that the salesman told me it was going to be $5,000 cheaper if I buy it today. Well, the car salesman is not one of the noblest professions, but I'll give him all that. But he told me, but they was trying to build a mutual agreement that this thing is, that when you buy a car, I make an assumption that we have an agreement that he's doing something for me. He's giving me something. When this air research problem is giving out, they're saying they're going to give us this money. They're not giving us nothing. They're going to increase the fees on all these on the insurance payers on the city of Oceanside, and the people that are going to pay it. They've already stated that they are going to increase the fees for the heliport. So they're not really giving us anything, and I want that to be perfectly clear to the taxpayers and the insurance payers of Oceanside. We have a lot of gang problems in Oceanside who are not actually, I'm sure they're not up to date on their premiums paying insurance. And who's going to pay for them when they're doing a flight out? Also the paramedics in the city, our city paramedics, city employees going to be on these flights and stuff, and that was a concern I had. At Jones Street, is there FAA approval going to be needed for landing in that area? And what's going to take for IFR and all that kind of stuff? What is the, did this really go out to competitive bid for other light flight services? What is so wrong with having our helicopters land at an airfield and then hangars that we have there and stuff? I have a whole lot of questions. I feel I went and saw, I was just happening to, as Jim Wood and the mayor, Jim Wood, we love walking our dogs at our famous dog park, and love that place. But, I saw the helicopter there, and they already had it, before they had the contract, they already had it on, painted in Oceanside colors with the gold leaf on the helicopter and the side saying Oceanside and stuff, before it was a done deal. So I have questions about, it just smells like a rat, and I'm not real comfortable with this. Are we tied into this thing? Is this thing going to be, is the camel putting its nose under the tent, and before you know it, we're stuck in something that's going to cost us? Are the people that can't pay for this helo, for light flights there, who's going to pay for that? Mercy Air says that up to 40% of their clients don't have the means to pay. So my time is out. Thank you.
No further public on this item.
Thank you very much. Back to the council. Councilmember Feller, please.
Thank you. I had met with the chief yesterday, and I had a question that I wasn't able to come up with yesterday, but in our backup it says REACH will provide a minimum of 25 hours for the first year and 20 hours after that of flight time annually for branded flight program marketing and public relations. And then as well 20 hours for the fire department for platform observation of disaster type incidents, and that is that's all well and good. The thing that I definitely want is an accounting of the use of the flight time, who used it, what it was for, what was the purpose for using an hour, 2 hours of flight time. And so I checked with Peter, and that's all I'm asking is an accounting of how and if those hours are used for, and what purpose they were used for. Is that something that's simple enough to?
Councilmember Fellow, yeah, absolutely. The air ambulance system is very restricted, so they keep accurate documents about everything they fly, who's on the helicopter, what the purpose is. So, of course, we'll have an accurate counting both on the reach side and the fire department side.
So and that's 25 hours annually.
25 hours annually is for the PR, any type of public type display event, and then the 20 hours is for the command platform.
Thank you. I move approval. I've reviewed this. I think it's we've solved all the issues with this, and so I move approval.
Second.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Sanchez, you also have your light on.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Berry had several questions, and Chief, could you please go over the benefits to the city for this program briefly?
Certainly. REACH does offer a membership program, which will be coming forward to the city, unlike Mercy Air currently. So those patients that can't pay, there is an opportunity for a subscription fee. There is not Oceanside firefighter paramedic city employees on the helicopter. They will be hired by REACH. The nurse, nurse, paramedics, and pilots are all hired by REACH. And then I believe the other question was FAA approval. They're in the process of getting approval for the 110 Jones Road site, but they got preliminary agreement from not only FAA but Caltrans and all the other many jurisdictions that need to approve that site for a heliport.
Okay, and the benefits, besides the extra funds going to the city, it is response times.
Just recently, it was a perfect example. We had 2 traumatic injuries that occurred in the city of Oceanside. We had a burn patient, a female that was burned severely, 3rd-degree burns over, I think it was 30% of her body. And then we had a vehicle accident that had a broken femur that had active bleeding. And there was 2 simultaneous flights that went on. That's one advantage, that we have 1 helicopter in the city and an additional helicopter outside the city. I believe that our response times will be improved. Our crews will be released quicker after dropping their patients off at the helicopter. And then I truly believe the command platform is another benefit that we'll get that we don't currently have today.
So this is an improvement over what we have at this time, is that correct?
I think it's an improvement for the city and the county to have an additional helicopter, yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Feline, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, we've kind of gone back and forth on this, and certainly had some calls just trying to understand the complexity of the agreement. And, we certainly addressed the employee issue. And so if you can explain, as I see it, we have 3 parts. We have a lease agreement, we've tied a coordinator position, and we have the branding for the $10,000. What's the necessity of tying the coordinator position to the deal as opposed to just having that dollar amount as part of a lease agreement? I've had some discussion with the city manager. He may want to jump in here, but I think for the public, I think that's kind of the crux of it, that they need just better explanation of.
Honorable Mayor and council members, if I could, I want to address one other issue that Mr. Berry raised. Your approval, if you decide to approve today the lease and the related agreements, REACH still has an obligation to go through the public discretionary review and entitlement process. They're going to need additional permits that will be subject to appropriate environmental review and public comment to locate at Jones Road. So what you're doing today will not exempt them from CEQA requirements, from dealing with neighborhood issues and meeting with the neighborhood groups to ensure that they can locate at 110 Jones Road. So I just want to make sure that there's still going to be a public process for the actual location there. As it relates to Councilmember Feline's comments, and I'll let the chief jump in, part of the broader issue is the lease agreement at this point is specifically for leasing the property where the helipad's going to be and their living quarters are going to be. The related agreement allows for the city to recover costs and charge for not only coordinating the activities, but they're also going to be using the city's training facility, which has a significant investment we've made into that training facility. And we also have related agreements with other entities that we charge them for using the training facility. In this particular case, we've estimated, and the chief can expand on this, what the cost would be for our costs to deal with the training facility and the coordination of that. There's no longer funding for a coordinator position. We are going to be using existing staff that will allocate some of their time to this, and at this point there'll be probably more than one staff person, so they will be offsetting what is now cost directly to the fire department. They'll be charging to what would now be this account, and I'll let the chief kind of expand upon that.
Actually, I really appreciate that the city manager has heard everything I said when I go into his office so many times, so he covered it well. Just probably to expand on that, the relationship between the air medical services and the fire department is very important. The primary users in the county of that helicopter are fire departments, and so we have a great relationship with not only the North County fire departments, but all the fire departments within the county. So we'll be able to assist REACH in facilitating training events, coordinating any type of efforts, quality assurance reviews, all those types of things. We'll be engaged with that to make sure that they're meeting the level of service that's expected.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Kearns.
I think most of it's been addressed. Mr. Berry, this is our second time through, and the first time through, the majority up here did not like adding PERS employees to this project. So there's no new PERS positions added to this project. So that's why it's come back a second time. So the idea, hopefully that satisfies some of your questions about positions and the money going, because basically there's two portions to this. There is the lease portion, which we talked about, and then what we just talked about, basically a fee for service for the training facility. So it is something that we talked about quite a bit. And I know it's been quite a discussion between the chief and myself and the city manager and the other council people about how this will all work. We're kind of stepping through this a little slowly, and I think that in the end we'll come out with a good program. So again, the next step is that they have to go and get their entitlement and processing of their facility on Jones Road. So there'll be an open process and comments at that time, especially the neighbors about the noise issues, which I think REACH and the fire department's going to have to address in that CEQA process. Thank you.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Mr. Mayor, I apologize. I was looking for the total amount. For the initial 5 years, total revenue is $1,070,000. First initial 5 years.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, will we do the last item 14, please?
Item number 14 is approval of a memorandum of understanding with the Vista Unified School District to provide one school resource officer, approval to accept revenue to the city in the minimum amount of $130,418 for fiscal year 2013-2014 and $132,001 for fiscal year 2014-2015, approval to appropriate the revenue to the police department for the school safety enhancement team, approval to hire one provisional police officer, and authorization for the city manager or designee to execute the agreement. Larry Berry is the individual who pulled this item, and we have 2 members of the public wishing to speak on it.
My name is Larry Berry. I'm on 3973 Brown Street in the city of Oceanside. This isn't clear to me, and I just pull this off because I know that in today's age and today's environment, that police officers on campuses are a necessity. Where it's a shame that they are. My question is, these are going to be for the schools that are in the Vista School District but are in the city of Oceanside, and that will be, and it'll be one that will go from everything from, are they going to go out to Mission Vista, the high school, all the way to Madison, or what schools are they going to be? Or Lake Elementary? Those are all Oceanside schools. It's often been said that some of the best schools in Oceanside are in the Vista School District. So that's my concern. And the replacements for those, are you going to, will this, and what kind of, is this a year-to-year thing, or is this going to be a multiple year? That's all I have.
Thank you.
Ms. Joan Brubaker.
Hi.
Joan Brubaker, 1606 Hackamore Road. I am speaking tonight in question about the provisional police officer. For what school is this going to be? I'm still smarting about the tax dollars Oceanside City lost out by the building of that school. Through state funds and taxpayers, they have put over $100 million into that school. If this police officer goes to some school that is within their boundaries, I think they should take it out of the school district's funds or otherwise. I really think we don't owe them too very much on this school project, because we really got forked on that. So I would like to think it would be at this school that's supposed to bear the name Magnet, but which the hierarchy is very reluctant to attach the word magnet, which is the only way that thing got to the ballot. So that's my question. Where is it going to be placed? Thank you.
Peter?
Honorable Mayor, council members, the cost of this officer is borne by the Vista Unified School District entirely. They're paying for all costs. We're going to pay for all ancillary costs such as vehicle, supervision and oversight. The MOU is pretty specific. The deployment will be to the Vista Unified School District's high school and middle school facilities, and that'll be worked out with the school district as the need is determined. And then leave it to Lieutenant Laser or Chief Armijo to have any other, I'm sorry, that's the other department.
Honorable Mayor and council members, to address the issues that were brought up, Mr. City Manager Weiss has really answered those already. This position would primarily be dedicated to your Mission Vista High School, as well as Madison and Roosevelt Middle Schools, and is being funded by the Vista Unified School District.
Okay. Okay. Councilmember Sanchez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is different than with Oceanside Unified, where we share the cost. This is with Vista Unified. It's basically a pass-through. All the costs are being borne by Vista Unified. So, Ms. Brubaker, I hope that answers all the questions. And I believe it is to ensure it's where they're needed. And I think they have a sense of where that's going to be. But we still maintain some level of, because it is Ocean's OPD, we'll still have some level of supervision. But I'm sure that there'll be full cooperation between the school district and Oceanside OPD to ensure the safety of our kids. Move approval.
Do we have a second? Thank you. With that, Mr. Kern, you're up.
Thank you. I just, Mission Vista is what's driving this. It is a new high school within our boundaries. I know Vista at one time was talking about sheriffs, and we came to this agreement between the manager and the police department and Vista Unified, where they cover all these costs to us. As far as the other schools in the district, if there's a 911 call, the closest police officer is going to respond. So if it's out at Lake, at the other ones, that's the way they handle it now. But, the security of high schools has become quite critical in the last few years. So having an officer on campus, because I think Councilmember Sanchez said it, even though it's a Vista Unified School District, these are our kids. These are Oceanside kids going to those Vista schools. So the idea of, not drawing those lines around them and just calling them Vista, these are our children that are going to these schools, and they deserve that protection. So that's why I think this is a good program for everybody to be involved in. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, please vote.
Motion approved 5-0.
Mr. Clerk, when you have the time, item 18.
Item number 18 is adoption of a resolution establishing a 5-minute passenger loading zone on the north side of Villa Ranch Road between Vista Alegria and Rancho del Oro Drive, and approval of a request to remove the bike lanes and restripe Villa Rancho Road between Vista Alegria and Rancho del Oro Drive.
Thank you. David, you're up.
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, David Capero, City Traffic Engineer. The item before you is a request to establish a 5-minute passenger loading zone on the north side of Villa Rancho Road between RDO Drive and Vista Alegria. The first exhibit shows that Villa Rancho Road runs in an east-west direction with El Camino High School to the south and Vista San Luis Rey community to the north. A little over a year ago, the Vista San Luis Rey community contacted the city and requested that the city install a no-stopping zone on Via de La Paz during school hours to prevent drivers from using the street to drop off and pick up students. And on this slide, I'll just show you Via de La Paz runs parallel with Villa Rancho Road. And what's happening is parents are coming into this community to drop off and pick up their kids during when school begins and when school lets out during the day. So city staff evaluated their request and recommended against it. The reason being is that if a change in the parking restriction in the Vista San Luis Rey community is to take place, the change needs to be done throughout the community, just not on Via de La Paz. There's approximately 4 or 5 other streets that fall within this community. And we only received petitions from the residents that live on Via de La Paz. We never received any petitions from any of the other streets. So instead, staff is proposing that a 5-minute passenger loading zone be installed on the north side of Villa Rancho Road that will allow drivers to drop off and pick up students on Villa Rancho Road instead of within the Vista San Luis Rey community. So on my next slide, this is what the current striping plan looks like today. We have a drop-off, 5-minute drop-off loading and pickup zone along the south side of the street, and then we allow some student parking on the south side further up in this direction. If you look at the cross-section of the street, we currently have 2 5-foot bike lanes, and then, I'm sorry, this is the proposed one. Go back to this. We have 2 5-foot bike lanes, 2 12-foot travel lanes, and we have a parking lane on the south side of the street. Under the proposed striping, what we're recommending now is that it does not come without consequence though, however, because we ended up removing the bike lanes to make this work. So now we've installed 2 8-foot parking lanes for drop-off pickup, and then 2 14-foot travel lanes that the bicyclists can also use. So after a number of meetings with the residents representing the Vista San Luis Rey Community HOA and 3 Planning and Transportation Commission meetings, the represented parties agreed to staff's recommendation. This has been a collaborative effort with a number of participants, including OPD and the Oceanside Unified School District. I would now like to introduce Mr. Rowe, principal of El Camino High School, so that he can share some of the on-site improvements that the school has implemented to help alleviate some of the transportation issues. And after Principal Rowe speaks, I'll come back to conclude my presentation.
Good evening. I'm Bob Rowe, R-O-W-E, principal of El Camino High School. Thank you for having me speak. With close to 3,100 students, we recognize that the traffic and parking issues in and around the school are very concerning to the community and are a problem, especially during the beginning of the morning and the end of the afternoon when school begins and lets out. What I have just given you is a proposal that I prepared after working with OPD, working with members from the city planning, and talking with my staff about what we could do to help address the concerns of the citizens in the community. So in front of you, there was direct request by the citizens. There was a semicircle right in front of the administration building. We're going to make sure that that's opened up. That'll allow people additional opportunity to pick up and drop off. We're going to allow all families, parents to utilize the student parking lot. Thank you. Number 2 up there, completely open the student parking lot, which is quite large, and make accommodations along with communication so that more families would use that. We're hoping to take the traffic off of both the Via Rancho and Rancho del Oro, which is directly in front of the school, to minimize just the traffic flow and the need to go into the neighborhood and give people alternative areas to go. There will be a security in and around the parking area at the front of the gate that monitors. It could kind of help direct the traffic. We're going to do a direct plea to our parents and our students to encourage the carpooling issues. We're going to increase security around and through the neighborhood. We roughly, throughout the day, but range from 5 to 7 security. Just for your information, the campus is approximately 52 acres, so it's a very large school, and security, it's very difficult to post, with the exception of the very front of the school, security in any area on an ongoing basis. But we can send them to patrol neighborhoods for loitering and respond. If there's issues with parking in the neighborhood, we will respond and help. We've also, at the end of last year, provided the head of our security with a cell phone, and that's available to the public, and especially with the notion of giving that number directly to members of the community. Part of this issue was not just the traffic, it was also parking, but it was what students may be walking through people's yards and just causing that kind of trouble, and we want to be responsive. We get the phone call, we will have security there and respond in a very timely manner. Finally, and I think this, after talking especially with the community members, the communication piece was huge. So taking this plan, posting it on our website, providing it to parents in written form, and then I will personally do a call. We have systems to call out to the school to encourage them to help with this plan and to help alleviate some of the concerns. So this is what we've come up with to help with the process. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So one other thing I'd like to mention is that staff met with members of the Oceanside Bike and Pedestrian Committee in which they opposed the removal of the bike lanes. Because the plan calls out for the removal of the bike lanes within this section of Via Rancho Road. Maybe we go back to the overhead or the PowerPoint. So again, what I would like to stress is on the north side of Via Rancho Road, what's being recommended is a 5-minute passenger drop-off and loading zone. On the south side, there's already an existing one, and then there's parking that's allowed in this section. Also, staff is requesting that the resolution now read that the 5-minute passenger loading zone on both sides of the street, as well as the on-street parking, only be allowed between the hours of 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, and no parking between the hours of 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. This will open up the shoulder area for the bicyclists to use during the non-school hours. As I mentioned earlier, we went to 3 Planning and Transportation Commission meetings on this subject. The first 2 meetings, we actually recommended no change, but the Commission insisted that we work out some resolution to help the neighborhood. This is basically the best that we could come up with, and again, in doing so, we ended up having to remove the bike lanes. This concludes my presentation. I'll be available to answer any questions.
Thank you, David. Have a seat sidebar. I appreciate it. Welcome.
Yes, we have one member of the public wishing to speak on this item. Jimmy Knott may come forward at this time.
Mayor, council members, Jim Knott, 127 Cherry Lane. While this presentation was going on, it brought me back years and years ago to high school, well beyond when I had a beard and everything. And it brought forward an idea with the bicycles, because sometimes I rode my bike to my high school, and there was a need for a bike lane back then. And we did have a couple accidents, because there was an absence of a bike lane. So the question I have is, and this was something that was absent from staff or the principal's presentation, was how many bike riders are there to the high school? How many of them take Rancho? What alternatives are being offered? How many outside school bike riders take this route? And what accommodations or other accommodations are being offered? And what statistics weren't shared regarding bicyclists? This is something that even Sandag would probably even be interested in, because multimodal transportation. Thank you.
Alfie Gruby may come forward at this time.
Hello, Alfie Gruby, 357 Vista Mar Azul in the Vista San Luis Rey community. We initially started this asking the Planning Commission and the high school and the police department because of the success of with this virtually identical problem at Oceanside High School, and that they solved very easily and smoothly and calmly. But we definitely need buy-in from Principal Rowe and El Camino High School. We'd like a copy of the parent-student alert regarding the change in parking, drop-off, and pickup recommendation policy for our files. We'd like to know when and how will these be updated and be brought to the parents' attention. And Principal Rowe just mentioned that it would be on the website and also in some other communication. We understood that this informational letter would be included in the 2013-2014 registration packets, as we discussed during the Planning Commission meeting at the end of June, and it has not been included. So that was a sort of a vital communique to the parents at this time for this upcoming change. The Planning Commission would like to hear update of this, of any kind of substantial change in our situation in Vista San Luis Rey at the end of September. So I'm crossing my fingers. I presented to you all about 10 years ago. Did a presentation with photographs and such. So it's been 10 years. We're delighted that Principal Rowe has taken these steps. All of the things he touched on, all of the numbers he touched on were recommended by us. And so we're delighted that he is taking some of these ideas to heart. So we're looking forward to seeing some changes. And we are in favor of the parking, absolutely.
Thank you very
Or the
much.
drop-off and pickup, sorry.
No, thank you.
No further public at this time.
No further. Thank you. Councilmember Sanchez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually attended El Camino my 11th and 12th grade, but I graduated from Oceanside High, so class of 74. One of the things that I'm hoping that our city is moving more towards is livable cities, the concept of a bicycle-friendly, kid-friendly, every single neighborhood, and including downtown, that we move towards bike paths, separated bike paths. I think you know, staff has heard me say over and over again that I'm very, very supportive of the separated bike paths, especially after attending the convention, the conference last month. To me, this looks like a short-term fix, because I think we should not stray from our goal. I did receive a copy of the email from the Oceanside Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee, who strongly opposed the removal of the Class 2 bike lanes on there. So while I'm hearing, you know, the HOA, in fact, I know some people who live in that neighborhood, very concerned about, you know, the impacts from El Camino High School. I want us not to stray from our, you know, our real goal, and that is to get out of these cars, to make kids feel, you know, and families feel safe about their kids going and riding their bikes. and which would be a complete change from how everything is done, or mostly done in Oceanside. I think this is a great vision. You know, we need folks on committees like this to constantly remind us that this is our goal. That is what I see also as Sandag in terms of getting grants and, you know, moving towards livable cities. I think that's what's going to get us, you know, our property values, you know, to go up. So while, you know, I understand and I want to respect the process by which you all, you know, this has gone through, I want to hear from staff that this is a short-term fix and that our long-term, you know, and hopefully not too long, is to provide safe routes to schools that is for also bikes. So I don't know what that means on the street. It, you know, probably means applying for some grants, but to me that's my primary goal here. It's the safety of the kids, and some of these kids are going to ride their bikes anyway. So, and they're not going to know what time's the safest time to ride. And we've already had fatality, right, where a kid was on a bike and they got hit by a car, and boom, you know, that's a big impact on that community. So I don't want that to happen here. Yeah, as soon as you get that license, of course, there's no more driver's ed at high school, right? No more driver's ed classes. So, you know, I'm going to approve, but I move to approve, but I do want to hear from staff. Is the long-term goal here, you know, livable cities, bicycle? Are you going to apply for grants to make sure that this is safe for kids to ride their bikes?
Well, Mayor and Council, I'll try to answer that.
Oh,
We've gone through part of this. There's no physical way to widen that street to add bike lanes back in unless you eliminate the parking on the south side of Villa Rancho. And that had come up before. However, this is a balance between, as Mr. DePero mentioned, staff's recommendation was leave the bike lanes in and allow the parents to drop the kids off through the neighborhood because they are public streets. Unfortunately, through the community process and the Transportation Commission and Planning Commission, they are recommending an alternate approach, which is what you see before you now. Eliminating the bike lanes does not prohibit people from riding bikes in the street. We have a number of streets throughout the community that do not have bike lanes on them. And at this point, if you want this to be a short-term fix, then we'd have to go back and look at eliminating the parking on the south side of Villa Rancho because there's no physical ability to widen the road in which to put the bike lanes back in unless you eliminate the parking.
Well, I do want to see a fix, and I think that if you have a sidewalk on one side, for example, I don't know, it seems to me that there should be a way of making it safe for kids to ride their bikes. And this actually scares me because, you know, too many kids get hurt when they ride in the street, and I don't want to have that happen while I'm a council member, especially. So, Mr. DePero, do you have any comments on this?
Councilmember Sanchez, the only thing I could do is reiterate what the city manager says, and that is our first two recommendations was to leave well enough alone. Let the drop-off and pick-up happen within the community. It happens like that around all the other surrounding schools. It's an event that takes place 15 to 20 minutes in the morning, 15, 20 minutes in the afternoon, and just leave the Rancho Road the way it is today. There's no real Band-Aid fix or short-term. It's either doing what we're proposing right now, and that is removing the bike lanes, or just leaving well enough alone, and we continue to follow the path we've been following with the drop-off pickup that currently happens around that school.
All right, well, then I have to rethink this, so I'll listen to my colleagues.
Councilmember Feller, please.
I'm going to withdraw my motion for now. Okay.
Councilmember Feller.
Thank you. Mr. Rowe, could you tell us how many people ride their bikes at this point?
Councilman Feller, yes. I would estimate 30 to 40 students. There is a parking where the bike racks up near the front of the school, near my office at the administrative building.
So 30 to 40?
30 to 40 would be my best estimate, yes.
Okay. That's all I have for you, sir.
Thank you.
Are we still And we're still allowing the parking on Via Rancho, and that reason is, why do we have parking out there?
Actually, the principal will probably be better to answer this question, but from what I've been told in the meetings I've attended, is that if a student cannot produce registration, driver's license, show that they have insurance, then they're not allowed to park within the school site. So that means they're going to end up parking outside on the city streets. I don't think you'll ever get 100% compliance from the students. So if we were to eliminate the parking in that particular area, we're just pushing it into the neighborhood someplace else.
Well, I would think the police department would be very interested in people that can't produce insurance or registration, all the things necessary for driving a car. So, they might want to look out for that. I'm not trying to pick off the students, but they're not supposed to be driving if they don't have all of that. The real concern I have out of all of this is people dropped off on the north side will be jaywalking, essentially, to get across. I mean, I would guess that's going to be, I know traffic will be moving pretty slow through there, but my guess is that it depends on where they're dropped off, I would suppose, but...
Councilmember Feller, that's possibly true. I mean, we are dealing with the high school, and high school students, you'll see react differently crossing the street versus middle school versus elementary school students. But in the schematic we have up on the screen, we did install a school crosswalk at Via Rancho and Vista Entrada, which we see a significant amount of people crossing in that particular location, but again, you probably will never see 100% compliance.
Right. That's really my only concern. The rest of the community has all the bike lanes you need, and we're pretty well covered for that area. And 30 to 40 bikes, you're not in this state. You're not going to drive people out of their cars, no matter what age. So I move approval.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Kern, please.
Thank you. And I think probably this is one of these things where we're going to have to monitor it, see how it works this school year, to see, what complaints we have. 30 or 40 bicycles, I doubt maybe less than half come down that road. They're probably coming from the other direction, up from those apartments and up along Mesa Drive and that way. So, and then it's open on the weekend. One of the things that's driving this, and Mr. Knott kind of mentioned when he went to high school, when I went to high school, there was busing. I rode the bus to school because I lived so far away. And now that's been eliminated because of financial reasons by the school district. I mean, it's not their fault. I mean, that's the reality of the situation, is they couldn't afford busing anymore. So that's what's driving people to take their kids to school and to drop off. So I think having a drop-off zone for them and monitor it, and hopefully the school district will have security personnel out there. I'm sure at the beginning of the school year, OPD is going to probably be out there monitoring the situation closely too, to see how it works. And hopefully when people get used to the process, that it'll be smooth. And the only other thing that we don't have a bike lane over on Civic Center Drive. We have Sherrills. I mean, so the idea of putting those in on Via Rancho and to let people know that bicycles may be going down the street may be part of that accommodation. So the idea that even though we don't have a dedicated bike lane, we let people know that there's more likely than maybe a bicycle coming. So I don't know if that was in the plan, but if it's not, I'd like to see that painted on the street. David, do you want to address that?
Yes, Councilmember Kern, in our meetings with the members from the Bike and Ped Committee, we did agree to install sharrows and some extra bicycle signs too along that section of the road.
Okay, well, great. And then an after-action report, probably June or whatever, will probably be helpful and to see how it works. I know you want to speak, but the public section is closed, ma'am. Well, you can ask David questions after we're done here, so he'll answer those for you. after we're through. So, thank you.
Councilmember Feline, please.
Thank you. Since I was elected to city council, I've had members of the neighborhood come and address this issue, and I'm glad to see that we've hashed out a compromise here. Certainly asking for the research to be done on the crosswalk that was installed was one of the first things that I was involved in as a councilman, and glad to see that went through. But as someone whose children attended El Camino, I can certainly vouch for a number of years. I was part of that, or my wife was part of that traffic jam every morning and every afternoon. And I think when one weighs all the factors, and certainly factoring in the safety of the children going to school and the large volume of cars, I think this compromise is probably the best proposal, that by having more designated drop-off positions, you'll create a safer environment for the cars to come and move in and move out as efficiently as possible, because you know, whether there's bike lanes or not, to me the safety issue is that the cars are going to be in the car lane, and they're going to want to pull over the curb and pull out of the curb, and it's all a huge random jumble that everyone has to be constantly alert for someone doing something silly or not being careful or not looking over their shoulder. So I think by creating this plan, it creates the best overall, safest environment. And, you know, maybe at some point the issue will need to be that, you know, for these couple of blocks, maybe it's safest that you walk your bike those couple of blocks. Or, you know, I don't know. I've always thought that fewer pedestrians were injured by bikes than bicyclists injured by cars. And so for this small distance, what's the problem with the bicyclists on the sidewalk?
Well, Councilman Feline, according to the CVC, the bicyclists are supposed to be riding in the street, so they're allowed to be in the street to ride their bikes, and that's where they should be.
Okay, so your opinion is that's the safest overall environment, to have the bicycles in the street with the cars?
Well,
you know, I'm not an expert on this.
Right, that's the way the California Vehicle Code is written, and they're basically a vehicle, bicycles are. So you don't want to mix them in with pedestrians, because then there's conflict there. The place they should be is out in the street with the traffic, and obeying the same rules that the automobiles do.
Right, and I think Councilman Kern had certainly an excellent point with the chevrons and making sure that everyone's aware that that they're sharing the road. And and as pointed out, the whole point is to monitor this over the year, make sure it's working the way you think it needs to work, and if it's not working, then come back and tweak it. And certainly the issues that the school is going to do as well all look like it will come together to create a better environment for dropping off and picking up kids. So I certainly will vote to approve this.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I still have, the problem here is gridlock, and that's what's trying to be addressed. So for me, the shallows are not, in the best circumstances, when you have that kind of gridlock and, trying to get kids to school on time, best case scenario, you have maybe minor fender benders with other cars. When it's a kid on a bike, it's not a minor fender bender. So that's why my questions. Now, I see Mr. LaGrange walked in. I did have some questions for him regarding his letter. If you could, Mr. LaGrange, come to the podium. And if you could answer my question, please. I know you're the author of the email that we got, and you're on the Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee for the City of Oceanside. So you talked about being committed, that the City of Oceanside is committed to the Complete Streets policy. You feel very strongly about this, right?
Absolutely we do. I think reverting back to removing that bike lane is not in concert with our Complete Streets policy at all. Besides that, it sends the wrong message to everybody in the community about how we prioritize transportation, as that motorized traffic has a priority. It's also our feeling that we're trying to promote biking and walking to school, and this doesn't help. This makes it easier in some respects for parents to drop off their kids. And our position has been all along with school education is trying to promote biking and walking to decrease obesity and to, stop the rise of diabetic type 2 in the students. So we're strongly opposed to it. Our only proposal that we had was to look at another alternative, and that was to take the current parking on the south side of Villa de Rancho that is now parking and convert that back to a loading zone, which it was originally. During the construction of the school, some additional construction, they converted that to a parking zone, and our recommendation is to convert that back. That allows you to have loading and unloading, and also to have the bike lanes at the same time. So I'm not sure why that was not considered, but it wasn't. Now, I was told that the reason, though, was that students want to use that for parking because they can't get on campus, which means they can't get on campus because they don't have a driver's license or they don't have proper insurance. And so I asked a question to the council and to our community, is that why we want to have parking? Is to have violators of our DMV code, make sure that they can continue to be in violation and find a place to park? It doesn't make any sense to us.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have one last question for staff, and I'm sorry. This is to me that's pretty important. That is, what about providing? We're talking about safe routes to school. An alternative route for the kids to ride safely in their bicycles that has bicycle lane. That's basically not possible. Is that correct?
Well, Mayor, council members, there are alternatives. Rancho Del Oro, Mesa Drive, all have striped bicycle lanes. They can get to El Camino High School.
Why wasn't an alternative route? Why wasn't that part of this plan? As I looked at the staff report, there was nothing about alternative plan by alternative routes.
Mayor, council, the issue that was presented, again, staff's recommendation was leave it as it is.
Right.
The neighborhood has public streets, which the public should be able to use for pickup and drop-off. Through the community process and the Planning and Transportation Commissions, they're recommending an alternative approach, which is allow the pickup and drop-off on the north side of Villa Rancho. The plan before you accomplishes that compromise. The issue that Mr. LaGrange raised about eliminating the parking, we certainly can eliminate that parking. It will push those students to some other location, and part of it is, and perhaps someone from the police department could address this, just because we might think someone doesn't have a license or insurance doesn't mean the police can pull them over and ask them to produce their license and insurance. I believe they have to have probable cause to pull someone over. So just simply thinking that they might be out there because they get to school late and don't pull in, whatever the reasons may be, your only other option is to eliminate that parking. This is the best compromise that was been crafted between all of the interested parties.
All right, and so Mr. LaGrange mentioned that it only became parking during construction. That was of the science building. Is that right? That was just with
From what I understand from the past history, that's correct. And maybe I could just address a little of that. Is that if you were to remove that parking, it's still just on the south side of the street. Anyone that's coming from the east, they're heading westbound, they're probably not going to, they got to get over on that side of the street in order to do the drop-off and pickup, which probably means they're going to have to drive through the neighborhood to do that, or they're just going to continue doing what they're doing, and that is driving through the neighborhood to do the drop-off and pickup. And that's anyone coming from the east heading westbound. By taking away that parking, you're not really solving the problem, I don't think.
Thank you.
Throw my 2 cents worth in. I'm not sure that anything here at high school will resolve the problem. It's just too many students in a big campus. I've been through the area in the morning and the evenings. And I've got to admit, the worst problem out there is the parents kind of driving their vehicles. They seem to be out of control. They'll pull over, park, double park anywhere they want to drop off or pick up the kids. I'm not sure that this will improve anything. I truly believe that even if you did that, they're still going to go on the side streets, because that saves them from getting into heavy traffic. It's almost impossible to get through those intersections at that time of the morning and that time of the afternoon. I look at them and watch them, and I really have more concerns about the parents and how they drive in that area than I do anything else. They seem to be throwing their kids out of the car while the car is still moving, and I still think they're going to go down that side street and use it. I am concerned about the fact that a public street is a public street, and they can use it anytime they want to drop off people, and they still will after we implement this. I think safety is our main concern. I don't want to shut off a bicycle path if necessary, because I can imagine I rode my bike to school, and I don't know if they still do, and 30 or 40 of them, that's not very many, but in the big scheme of things, they all drive cars, it seems like. But I'm concerned about the neighborhood and their complaints. There's no doubt about it. They have a big issue that's important to them. But on the other side, we opening Pandora's box for every other neighborhood that wants to complain about the schools and the parents' drop-offs being affected. The easiest answer to this whole thing would be to go back to buses and have the school districts provide buses. They're not going to do that with the budget situation, so I'm kind of in a dilemma here too. I worry about what the neighbors want and the constant, but I think even after we did this, if we did, they'll still go down that side street because it's so much easier to go dump your kid off of that street and just pull out and leave. So I'm not sure we're going to fix this problem. As for the bicycle lane, I think we need to keep one some way or the other, or as you look at this picture, all the way to the eastern end of the high school, is there any particular way that you can have bikes come into that end of the school off almost to the east end of the high school for just the bikes alone, or students? I don't know. I'm just throwing things at you, mainly for the school, not for the traffic engineers. But the principal out there, you get your hands full with a lot of other things. There's no doubt about it. And I think you would agree the parents are the wildest ones in the morning and afternoons, and they're driving the village. They just want to go to work, get out of there, and dump the kids. I don't think you have a solution that's going to fix the problem now or in the future right now, other than getting the message out to the parents and try to change their attitude, which I don't think you're going to do. So with that in mind, I have my concerns, but I also think that we should stay with public streets being public streets. And because we do it here, I can see this happening again at every other school, elementary, middle, and high school, all around our city, one with the same plan. And I don't want to block off streets throughout our cities. I think you just have to, or the school has to come up with a better plan. I know that's not going to make people happy, but I truly believe that's how it should be. And some way we'll have to work it. If it means tearing up some sidewalks and making the street wider or whatever, at least keep one side for parking. I noticed that whole street is parking all the way up and down the whole street. That's all it is, parking kids in the middle of the day. So something's got to be done other than this. You've done a great job, and staff has done a great job trying to come up with a compromise. I think this is a compromise. I just don't like it. Sorry to say, and you know, if it was my street, I'd be up there talking at the dais too, saying what's going on. But I'll let everybody here at the council make their own decision what they want to do with this plan. Whatever you do, I'm not sure it's going to work for the time being. And the school has some suggestions. You gave us some too that helps. I don't see anybody pulling into the student parking lot to drop their kids off. I see them out there in the main street. Either one, right down there in front of the school or off the side, that's where they're dropping them off and letting them walk. So I don't think this is going to fix it. Sorry for the long speech, but that's how I feel. With that, please vote.
Motion approved, 3-2. Wood Sanchez, no.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate it. With that, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to take a 10, 15-minute break. I get something set up. If you haven't been here before, out the doors, up the stairs, restrooms, and water. Quick break. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. The second half of the council meeting starts usually at 5 o'clock. We ran a little long on the last one. I understand why. But at this point, we'll have the invocation and pledge of allegiance and some proclamations and go into the council agenda. A couple of things. If you have your phone or your pager, put it on vibrator silence. We'd appreciate it. Number one, we have some special guests here tonight, as you can see in the audience. Hopefully, we'll get to them pretty quick. With that, we'll have Councilmember Sanchez's aide to kind of take it from there. Would you please?
At this time, we ask the audience please stand for our invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. Tonight, our invocation is being led by City Clerk Zach Beck, who is also the youth pastor for Gateway Community Church.
Let us pray. Lord, we come before you today, grateful, thankful, and hopeful for the future that you have for our city. We ask for your guidance through wisdom, your discernment, and decisions that are made this evening, and we ask for your continued blessing upon our community, our country, and our world as a whole. Father, we thank you for those members in service, both active and retired, who are serving in our military and armed services. We ask for your guidance and provision upon their families and their lives. And Father, we just ask that you continue to be the director of our entire lives and our entire city as a whole. We thank you for your love and everything we do. Amen.
Thank you, Zach. And now for our Pledge of Allegiance. This evening, leading us in our pledge, we have Cy Wasserman. He is a table tennis champion extraordinaire from our very own El Corazon Senior Center.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. Thank you.
Thank you, Cy. And now, this is Eileen Turk. She is our city's Parks and Recreation Manager.
Good evening, Cy. Thank you for joining us. I have a brief certificate of recognition from Mayor Jim Wood and the City Council. They want to congratulate you on attaining the wonderful age of 91 years young. And being on the top of your game of table tennis. Your ageless presence has been an inspiration to all that are around you, especially your friends and family and your fellow table tennis players. You've seen many changes over the years, both good and bad, and you're still able to convey the joy of living each day to so many. Your kindness and spirit are fine examples for all of us to follow. I further congratulate you on your victories at the U.S. Open Table Tennis Championship in Las Vegas, your win at the U.S. Nationals, North American Senior Games, and the World Senior Games. You are an outstanding example of how we all need to remain both physically and mentally active each day. Congratulations on your victories, and many thanks for representing Oceanside, our community, wherever you go. Signed by Mayor Wood.
I take a picture. Yeah, okay. Get a picture first. Then we'll let you speak, okay? Thank you. You ready? Tell us.
Okay. I wouldn't be standing here before you without the game of table tennis. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I've been involved in tournament table tennis since 1949, and I owe the gift of a sound mind and a healthy body to the game. Table tennis, unfortunately, in this country is a relatively minor sport. In fact, most people just call it a game, a parlor game, patio game, wherever people can get together and pack the ball. But table tennis stimulates the brain and also provides aerobic activity so that the body also benefits. Now the game is available to the young and old. I'm proof of the old. But at the U.S. Open Table Tennis Championships in Las Vegas last month, there were players as young as 7 and 8 years old competing. So fortunately, we now have some coaches in this country, which is absolutely essential in order to develop tournament players. Now, most people, of course, are not that interested in tournaments, so the recreational aspect of table tennis, I think, is vital for everybody, and especially seniors. Now, when I started my little monologue, I forgot to address Mr. Mayor and honorable members of the City Council and ladies and gentlemen. That's an addendum. To get back to table tennis, it's the number 2 sport in the world behind soccer, but you wouldn't know it in the U.S. But back in the 1930s and 40s, the U.S. was one of the top countries in the world as far as tournament play was concerned. We won team and individual championships in the 30s and in the 1940s, but then in the 1950s, things slowed down and the U.S. has sunk well down in the list of prominent teams. However, in the last several years, some of the Chinese coaches who are the preeminent team in the world, players in the world, they've come to this country. And American-born Chinese and other Asians have been given wonderful coaching, and I think within the next couple of years will be able to compete on the world scene. Now, nobody gets to achieve a high level in any endeavor without the help of a lot of people, and that's certainly true in my case. First of all, I'd like to thank Pam and her wonderful staff over at the El Corazon Senior Center. El Corazon is a wonderful facility, spacious, and Pam has seen to it that we have 6 top-notch tables, lots of space, and good lighting. So I would like to also send kudos to the wonderful staff, which includes Doug, Tina, Joey, Matt, and Rod, and also senior volunteer Phyllis Coons. And of course, last but far from least is Mr. McKenzie, Bill McKenzie. He maintains that huge facility in tip-top shape, and that is no mean feat. So Bill, thank you for that wonderful work that you do. Table tennis, of course, is very stimulating to the mind and the body. For example, before a player hits the ball, that player must decide what kind of spin, what kind of speed, and which direction to send that ball. Well, your brain has a split second to make that decision, and believe it or not, it helps to stimulate the brain's gray matter. And of course, the body benefits from the aerobics.
Tell us about your win.
My win?
Yeah, you won something. Tell us.
Well, I call it the Grand Slam. Last year, I won 3 major events. The first one was the Michael John North American Senior Championships held in Laguna Woods, California. There I played against a 94-year-old, a 93-year-old, and another 91-year-old. And I was fortunate to win all 3, 1 in 5 games, 1 in 4 games, and the other 1 in 3. The next event was the World Senior Games that was held in St. George, Utah in October. The Michael John was back in June. And at the World Senior Games, I played well and managed to win. And then the next venue was Las Vegas, and that was the U.S. National Championships. Now, national means that it's open only to citizens of the U.S., but there were plenty of them. And so I managed to win that. And then the final event this year was the U.S. Open. And that means it's open to everybody in the world. There were approximately 1,000 players involved, and I was the oldest one there. So I'd like to thank the City Council and the Mayor for providing the El Corazon Senior Center. It's essential in my practice weekly, and also I'm gratified that the Union Tribune has seen fit to write about a serious sport like table tennis, because I'm the ambassador for table tennis, and that publicity has generated this award. It's generated also television, videos, and so on. So thanks to all these different items like the newspapers, television, and now, of course, the Mayor and City Council.
Well, quick. Ladies and gentlemen, we have youth sports every council meeting, something, whatever it is, football, soccer, swimming, you name it. We have kids here. This is a real change. National champion here in seniors, and I didn't even know we had that in town, so what an honor to have you. And you want your wife to come up for a photo shot?
Well, that's Bill's wife.
Bill, well, anybody's wife. Any volunteers out there? Okay. I'll let you go. Okay, very nice. Thank you. Let's hear it for this guy. Come on back up here. We'll get one more photo. I was close. It was somebody's wife. Very proud. Let's hear it for him. Got volunteered for lessons. Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah. I know the outcome already.
And now for our first presentation tonight, we have our Pet of the Month here from our San Diego Humane Society's North Campus. We have Brianne Miller, who has brought with her Cardigan.
Oh, boy. I think this would be a sponsor, and if not, a mascot for table tennis.
I got it. He's a little scared right now. This is Cardigan. Hi, sweetheart.
He's a 4-year-old domestic medium hair cat. He is a very, very sweet boy. He's been purring this entire time and hasn't stopped. He actually came into us as a stray, but the owner that found him said that he walked right up, started rubbing against his feet, begging for attention. He loves to cuddle. He is available for adoption at our Oceanside location. Hi, sweetheart. And I brought him out today instead of bringing a kitten because it is full kitten season. Since March, we've had over 600 kittens come through our door. But with that, our older ones tend to be forgotten. So I wanted to bring one adult cat and highlight how great they are, too, so they don't get forgotten this whole time. So please come by. You can come every Thursday from 1, hold on, let me switch arms with him. There we go. From 3 to 5, on Thursdays for what we call Fur Fix. You can come play with the kittens, make them toys, and just help brighten up their day and get them ready for their forever homes. And if for all you dog lovers, we do have Doggy Cafe happening on Friday. It's our end of summer theme, so we're going to kind of have a luau kind of theme going. It's fun for the dogs as well as people. It's good socialization. And then we play some training games, and the winning dogs pick out their own prizes, too, so it's kind of fun. And then next Wednesday, we have our happy hour lecture, which is going to be all on acupressure for your pets. So please check out our website for more details.
For more detail,
There we go. Thank you. And please don't forget to stop by our dog park. It's lots of fun. We're open from sunrise to sunset. There's a yard for bigger dogs as well as for the smaller ones that aren't as active. So.
by the way, I was down there 3 times in the last couple of weeks. Always wander through, look at the kittens, because it's kitten times, and the adults are there, and bunny rabbits, you name it, they have it down there. That's the one off the airport road, right next to the airport. And then a little over there, there's also the dog park and the dog side. Please go out there and check them out and adopt somebody. These lovely cats are good personalities and fit right in for everybody. And I think this one would be a good mascot for somebody who does table tennis. And you can adopt today if you want. But thank you very much. Let's hear it for her. She's always good for everything.
Thank you, Brianne. And for our next presentation, we have a proclamation for Angel Aviles, our 2012 Veteran of the Year, Pendleton chapter.
Did you want anybody to come up? What? Oh, come on. Could I get all the veterans to come on up behind them? And I appreciate it. Get you guys on TV, my heroes. Let's hear it for them. These are my heroes, too. Oh, God. Come on up here and let's get a good shot of it. Some of these faces are very familiar around the city all the time from the Veterans Group, but we have the Veteran of the Year here, and I want to make sure we get the proclamation read, but I want everybody here to be up here for this because, ladies and gentlemen, we used to call these people the greatest generation, and that's what they are. My dad was part of this group before he passed away, but you know what? I think this is going to be a proclamation that you're going to read off, Jessica, and then we'll get back to you gentlemen. But I understand this young gentleman, as we read this, keep this in mind. I understand Congressman Issa had nominated him for the Congressional Gold Medal also, so not just one thing, getting bigger and bigger at the national level. And that's what comes out of Oceanside and Camp Pendleton and some of our heroes. Would you, Jessica, go ahead with the proclamation?
Yes. Whereas each year Camp Pendleton honors one admirable representative to hold the title of Veteran of the Year for the base, and whereas Angel Aviles was selected as the 2012 Veteran of the Year for the Military Officers Association of America Pendleton chapter, and whereas he has served his nation well and faithfully through many years of public service and sacrifice, and whereas he first served in the United States Army from 1953 to 1955, and then began serving in the United States Coast Guard from 1955 to 1974, and whereas he served his nation by serving in both the Korean and Vietnam Wars, And whereas in 1967, during the Vietnam War, he was awarded the Purple Heart for being wounded in both legs by a rocket-propelled grenade and earning 2 Bronze Stars for valor and bravery in facing the enemy. And whereas whereas his public service career also included working as a U.S. Customs Service Inspector, a special agent for the Treasury Department, a special investigator with the Department of Justice, and as an intelligence officer for the Federal Law Enforcement Association. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Jim Wood, Mayor of the City of Oceanside, do hereby commend the accomplishments of this great patriot. The sacrifice, commitment, and dedication of such an outstanding individual should be praised to each generation and applauded for the freedom that such an illustrious career has afforded each of us.
Thank you. The only problem I have, let's hear it for him. It seems like you can't keep a job, though. This is the medal he received. I'm going to pass it to you, honorably, if you can display it for everybody on the cameras and explain all that, and I will hand you the mic.
Thank you, ma'am. Gracias, hermanos. Well. Well, I'll tell you what, I joined the service when I was 17 years old in the United States Army. Spent 3 years in the Army, got out, went in the Coast Guard. And when I came back from Korea, I came home, and nobody welcomed me home. There's nobody in the airport, nobody around. Anyway, what are you going to do? Nothing. They call the Korean War the Forgotten War. As a matter of fact, we are celebrating the 60-year anniversary right now. Anyway, I joined the Coast Guard, and for the last 17 years, I went to Vietnam. I was stationed on a different ship. When I came back from Vietnam, back to the States, guess what? I arrived at Kennedy Airport. There were a bunch of hippies over there protesting the war. And I was in my uniform, and when I pick up my baggage at the baggage claim, they spit in my face. That was a welcome home from Vietnam. What are you going to do? Since that moment on, I made a promise to myself, to my God, and my country, that no veteran stay behind. Nothing's going to happen like that in my watch. I'm going to be 77 years old, and I've been helping this country since I was 17. Total time is about 60 years altogether as a law enforcement, military service. Now I'm doing whatever I have to do. I help in my country, myself, and all the veterans. But they tell me how the hell I do that. I don't know. But if I got energy, I'm going to do it. For how long, I don't know. Anyway, I'd like to thank the mayor here and all the staff for giving me the special day today. I'd like to thank all of you from here today. God bless you, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Let's hear it. Again, let's hear it for our heroes, and not just them, but everybody up here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry about the delay, but when we get to introduce and give proclamations out to some of these wonderful people, I mean, I'm shocked I find out a 91-year-old person from Oceanside won the national champions in the senior division of table tennis. That was a shock to me and amazing. Plus our veterans we always appreciate, but thank you for letting us do that. With that, Mr. Clerk, I'd like to move on to closed session report with our city attorney, please.
Thank you. The City Council met in closed session to discuss the status of labor negotiations involving the Oceanside City Employees Association and management employees of the City of Oceanside, Oceanside Police Officers Association, non-sworn, as well as the OPOA itself, and the unrepresented employees. There's no action to report on item 1. Item 2, conference with legal counsel on existing litigation in the matter of the United States of America et al. Versus JM Manufacturing Company and the State of Nevada et al. Versus JM Manufacturing Company. Council did meet and discuss that item. There's no final reportable action at this time. Item 3A, conference with legal counsel on lease negotiations involving the Jolly Roger restaurant. That's item 3A. And item 3B, lease negotiations involving the Joe's Crab Shack restaurant at 314 Harbor Drive. Council met and gave direction on both items. There's no action to report at this time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Mr. Clerk, I'm going to move around some as per requested, if I may. Jump around to item number 30, please, and that will be with Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this is my request for a report update from the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Mission Avenue Bridge renaming, actually, celebration committee. And if I could have our committee members come forward. We did have scheduled to begin the presentation by the chair, Charles Adams, who is also the chair of our Parks and Rec commission. Unfortunately, he went for a vacation, a very well-deserved vacation. Unfortunately, he fell, and so he very valiant, wanted to be here, but you know, we need to make sure that he gets better. First and foremost is his safety. So, Charles, if you're home, we're missing you, but we're going to go ahead and step in and do what you were going to do. Probably not as well, but this is something that members of the community have been working on for over a year. The first part had to do with finding a building or some kind of like a bridge to name after Dr. King. This was something that, in fact, the NAACP had been working on for well over, I think, 10 years. And so this committee did go out and get support from the community. It was very exciting to see how many people stepped up to support this. And basically there was a petition that read, "We, the residents of the City of Oceanside, hereby submit this petition to honor Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. by renaming the Mission Avenue Bridge to the Dr. Martin Luther King Bridge. Freedom and faith have all long been valued by our highly patriotic community, as embodied in the city's official seal, freedom, and in God we trust. No one person epitomizes these most esteemed virtues than Dr. King, one of the only non-presidents to have a national holiday. His enduring legacy and historic leadership continue to be studied and revered throughout the world. Dr. King is especially relevant to the city of Oceanside. Now more than ever, our multicultural youth need heroes who fill us with pride and whose lives are to be emulated. What is needed, indeed, is a bridge to adulthood. Such a public display of freedom, faith, and pride in our city's diversity will have a positive impact on our citizenry as well as on our tourism and economic development." And so, Diane, if you could take it from there.
Honorable Mayor, honorable council members, thank you so much for this opportunity to come before you. I am Diane Strader, and I really do appreciate the fact that I can speak on behalf of the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial Bridge. The committee is very diverse, and I am going to mention them. I know that if Mr. Adams had been here, he would have shared who was on that committee, and I am going to do that now. We had Satya Austin, who is presently president of the NAACP, Gwen Sanders, who was a recently elected member to the KCOT board. She's also been a part of the Fire and Police Commission. She has also been recently elected to the Tri-City Medical Center board as well. She, as you heard that Mr. Adams couldn't be here, neither could the other two members that I just mentioned. We also had Mr. Willie Little, who has been very prominent in all that we've been doing, and then Maria Russell, who is president of the Eastside Neighborhood Association. First of all, I'd like to take the time to thank you for your unanimous vote on November the 7th in support of renaming the Mission Avenue Bridge. At that time, we clearly stated that we thought that the bridge could be a symbol of the bridge from youth to adulthood. That focus has not changed for us at all. With great enthusiasm, the former committee changed to a celebration committee with a diverse community-based membership, as I've already mentioned. And we are very happy to report that the youth will be a major part of the celebration. As you have already heard, well, you should have already heard because Mr. Little was supposed to announce this, the event will be held on September the 26th, Thursday, and it's going to be held at the Oceanside High School during their extended break time. And we will have the Associated Student Body playing a major and integral role in this event. Again, focusing on youth. That's what we wanted to do from the very beginning. And the celebration is a follow-through on the youth. We are so pleased to announce that Mr. Willie Buchanan has agreed to be our guest speaker. He is a well-respected member of the Oceanside community, and he certainly is known nationally. Truly, truly, our focus continues to be, and the symbolism of this event will be celebrated with what we have tried to do in involving the youth and making it possible for the entire student body to be a part of witnessing the unveiling of these signs. Again, I would like so much to thank this esteemed body for taking the time to again vote unanimously for the support of the changing of the name of the Mission Avenue Bridge. May it always be a symbol of what a city can do when we come together and celebrate who we are as a diverse culture. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be short and sweet. Good evening, Mayor Wood and City Council members. My name is Maria Russell, President of the Eastside Neighborhood Association and a 12-year resident of Oceanside. I'm here to thank Council for support on our community efforts to change Mission Avenue Bridge to Dr. Luther King Bridge. We are blessed to live in a community with such diversity, and it is paramount that our youth never forget Dr. King and the Civil Rights Movement. Our continual evolution for equality must always grow with each generation that follows. This bridge is symbolic for our children who cross this bridge every day to go to school, to allow them to think for a moment the struggles and the hurdles of prior generations. And may our children always remember an American hero, a hero that preached love, understanding, and peace for all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I also want to thank the mayor for being a part of this process because it was actually the mayor that helped out as well. I also attended the meetings. And what we needed to do, one of the critical things was to get, in order to change the name of a bridge, was to get a resolution passed in Sacramento. So I want to thank Assembly members Diane Harkey and Rocky Chavez. If you notice, there was a gap between, it was actually October, the end of October, when we got the okay and the nod for the renaming of the bridge, the Mission Avenue Bridge. It took a while because it had to be introduced, and so we waited patiently. However, we also already, in that time period, have the signs. The signs have been taken care of, so there's no cost, there are no cost for the city. Also, we're having a celebration. This is wonderful. We approached the Oceanside Unified about doing this because we wanted to ensure the kids were integrally involved in this celebration and kind of unveiling of the signs. We approached the school district and the principal at Oceanside High about doing this celebration during a recess, just like the Wally Malafua Day, that's every May. And they thought it was a wonderful idea. They're very excited. ASB, the student body, is going to take care of most of the program. So we do have Willie Buchanan, who is very important in our community. The Buchanan family, in fact, is very important to our community as the guest speaker. This was done unanimous vote by the committee. And also there will be a student speaker. Now, because the recess is only 30 minutes, we're also going to be doing a VIP reception beforehand, and so this basically is an invitation to the council that, please, save the date for that Thursday, September 26th, at 11:30. No, 10:30. That's right, 10:30, because the recess starts promptly at 11:30, and promptly at 12 o'clock the kids go back to class. So we're very excited about this. This was basically an update on this very wonderful community effort and event. I want to take the time now to thank the members who have been working so hard on this, and I know it means a lot to them that this finally happened, and this is a great thing, and this is for information purposes only. So if there are any suggestions at all, basically the school's going to take care of most of the program, and we've already talked about having Willie as the speaker. So, and one of the things that we talked about also in terms of the kids is there's a stepping club, and also Ballet Folklorico, and somehow they're going to work something out. So they're pretty much running with that, and we will be doing the VIP at no cost to the city. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, any speakers public?
No public on the side.
Thank you. Back to the council. Deputy Mayor Kern. I'll remember it one of these days.
By the time you remember, it'll be January. Councilmember Sanchez's turn when we rotate. So anyway, actually this is an opportune time to bring this forward because actually it became official yesterday. It was chaptered at the state of California, and it actually went through all the assemblies and all the council, all the committees unanimously. Unfortunately, it took 15 separate actions to get it there. So nothing is simple. So with that, I would really like to thank Lindsay Mitchell, who is the legislative director for Colonel Rocky Chavez, our assembly member from this area, because she shepherded us through the process. So the idea, actually, if you want to pass this over to the clerk, it actually shows the chaptering and the wording of the proclamation. A hard copy proclamation will be coming. But it is, it took everybody's effort to get here. Obviously, the council unanimous. Our former assembly person, Ms. Harkey, our current assembly person, Rocky Chavez, and our state senator, Mark Weiland, were all, everybody had to touch it, it seemed like. But it actually was went through smoothly, even though there were 17 separate actions that had to be taken to make sure it happened. So I would like to thank the council, I'd like to thank the assembly members, I'd like to thank everybody who's involved in this. And if you want signs on the freeway, it's going to cost you about $6,400. So Caltrans was in contact with us. They gave us a breakdown of cost, and it'll only take 6-7 months to do that. So the idea that that's, lightning speed for state government. But if you wish to go forward with that, I have the information and the application if you want to pursue that. So, thank you.
Thank you. Information only. I appreciate that. Would you like the second item also?
No, actually, this was something that was discussed for a bit, and the decision was to have them more of a pedestrian so that the kids would be looking at them every time they cross. So that was the decision of the committee.
I'm talking about item 29, if you want that.
Yes.
While we're in this area, why don't
Yes.
you take that one, please? And Mr. Clerk, item 29.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Item number 29 is a request by Councilmember Sanchez for an update regarding final costs to the city for the July 3rd fireworks commemorating the city's 125th birthday. Direction staff to come back within 30 days with a plan for Independence Day fireworks next year and in the future.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I want to start off by thanking Eileen. Because this wouldn't have happened. I mean, she did it all. And she did it at the same time that the fireworks, on the same day that we did the celebration in the morning, and also in the same week that we had the grand reopening of Marshall Street Pool. She pulled all of that together. It was a shoestring budget, and she made it look phenomenal. I think most of us were there. Bottom line is there were tons of people there. We had 3 food trucks. I would think that maybe 10 food trucks would have been, but I don't think anyone knew what the response was going to be. I had a chance to talk to all the businesses up there. They loved it. They especially loved the idea, that was on July 3rd. The band, the high school bands, that they all wore the same shirt. It was OHS and El Camino high school bands wore the city logo with a 125 birthday. It was really, really wonderful. So I want to say that it was a wonderful idea, Councilmember Feller. Wonderful idea. I didn't know how it was going to work. Yes. Because there were a lot of problems with the way they were being done at the beach. Bottom line, it was getting really crazy. The last time we did it on the beach cost about $250,000 just for the public safety personnel. We had some problems that could have escalated to, it was so packed. It was no longer a family oriented project. I remember I grew up here, born and raised here, so I remember very fondly fireworks on the beach. And there were families out there, and it wasn't, what it's turned into is basically all tourists, and very difficult to get there, 2 hours to get in, and you can't get back to your car. There's a lot of very restrictive because of the public safety issues, and also like 2 hours to get out. The cloud cover, usually you have to be there at the beach to be able to even look at the fireworks. All of this really were kind of addressed by having them at El Camino, El Corazon on Rancho de Oro Road. You can see them. It was pretty clear. The cloud cover was you can see the cloud cover over at the beach. Family-oriented. Personnel, I believe the costs were a lot less. I am asking, with this motion, I am asking staff to come back with a report on the actual costs. I looked around, it all looked like Oceanside. There, I saw a lot of folks that I don't really get to see. It was great. So I think the things that I've heard were, sprinklers, going off at 8:30. We should probably fix that. More porta potties. But this is an opportunity for us to reestablish maybe a new tradition in Oceanside. Perhaps, I think the biggest issue for me is July 3rd versus July 4th. I think July 3rd, and I've been talking to people about this. Certainly this is something that staff's going to go look at as well. But July 3rd made a lot of sense because it's our city's birthday. That's really what we were celebrating, the 125th birthday of the city of Oceanside. And that's what the businesses would prefer, this July 3rd. I've talked to a lot of folks, they like the idea of July 3rd. So that July 4th, they can be at home, doing, their barbecues and stuff. And also, in terms of finances, I believe that, having personnel on the beach at the same time that you have personnel at El Corazon is a big challenge, and we're going to look again at the escalating costs. So having them on 2 separate days, to me, makes a lot more sense to have, 4th of July, make sure that you have the closed streets and all that, and the added personnel there for the beach area, and then on the 3rd of July, a prequel to the 4th, having fireworks. So it's my request that for an update regarding final cost of the city for the July 3rd fireworks commemorating the city's 125th birthday, directing staff to come back within 30 to 45 days, and wanted to see what staff, what the timeline staff would feel like, with a plan for Independence Day fireworks next year and in the future, into the future, looking at establishing again a tradition. So I think we have to be mindful of the costs. And on that day, they were collecting, I think it was OPARC was collecting money for next year's. So that was very optimistic, and here we are. So that's my motion, that we direct staff to come back within 30 to 45 days with a plan for Independence Day fireworks next year and into the future, with, of course, an update regarding final cost to the city, so that we all know how much this in fact cost. So, Eileen, do you have anything that you can talk to us about at this time? Do you have any comments, Ms. Weiss?
Honorable Mayor and council members, I think we gave you back on August 2nd an accounting of the costs for the fireworks this year. They were approximately $40,000 in rough numbers, which included $25,000 for the actual fireworks. In regards to next year, if you want us to put a plan together to bring back to you, we can certainly do that. We have had preliminary conversations with the Chamber of Commerce, who have kind of indicated they'd like to take this on next year entirely.
Entirely. Hey, I can do that.
Thank you, David.
I think that was David's acknowledgement that was accurate, so.
Yeah.
Is that was that him grabbing his chest?
No, but we've identified the cost. Next year will be a little bit problematic, simply because the way the police department provided and a lot of the officers was on their give back day. That won't occur next year, and we can estimate those costs for next year. But I would estimate, given what we spent this year, given the type of response we had, it would certainly be less than $50,000, even with the additional overtime costs with the police department. There is a good potential that in partnering with the chamber, that there are some offsetting revenue opportunities with adding a number of vendors that clearly seem to be in demand. So there's an opportunity there for that as an option as well, but we can put that together and bring it back to you.
Thank you. Well, is there public comment?
There are 2 members of the public wishing to speak on this item. First,
we
we
hear
have
from
the director of next year's fireworks, wishes to speak first, David Neidiger. You have 3 minutes to do so.
Zach, be careful, paybacks are hell. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, David Neidiger, I'm the president and CEO of the Oceanside Chamber of Commerce. I really appreciate the opportunity to come down and talk to this issue. And Mr. Weiss, to quote a former close friend of mine who was on staff here at the city, have you been smoking your socks? And Councilmember Feller, I want to thank you for even bringing this forward, and Councilmember Sanchez, thank you also for hopefully continuing this, because as we all know, on the 125th birthday of the city on Wednesday the 3rd of July, we had an absolutely wonderful day with a fabulous demonstration of what Oceanside can do, and we all came together, and it was an absolutely fabulous time. I would like to be able to say that the Oceanside Chamber of Commerce would be as interested in participating in the discussion. And that's about as far as I can say at this point in time. We're very interested in participating in the discussion, and when you directed staff to look at this issue, I would like to be invited to come and sit at those meetings if that's at all possible. That was my main reason for coming here this evening. And
Other than that, I think the jury's out regarding the third and the fourth. It's very difficult for both sides because there's a lot of issues that go back and forth with overtime and tired folks and working 2 days in a row with big major events. But when we do large major events, those are the types of things that we have to endure sometimes. Another, I think, a positive is that hopefully in July of 2014, we're going to have some paved parking out there in El Corazon and hopefully some graded fields. I don't know whether we'll have grass on it or not, but as we go down the road, I think the venue we've selected, or what Eileen selected, thank you very much, is absolutely wonderful. I don't think there's any better place in the city, personally, to see the fireworks. It's unfortunate that going down through the decades, because I also grew up here in Oceanside. I saw the fireworks from the pier. I saw the fireworks down from the beach. But I think those days are long gone. We've changed. We're now a city of 185,000 people, and there's a lot of different things going on in our country. So anyway, with that, I thank you, and the Chamber of Commerce is interested in participating in the discussions at this time.
Well, David, I'm sure that the Wyndham Hotel will get behind us all the way.
Thank you.
Smile.
Sure. Jimmy Knott may come forward at this time.
That's it? Okay.
Mayor, council members, Jim Knott, 127 Sherry Lane. That night, I can tell you that Eileen really worked her butt off. She was dead tired at the end of it. And to give you a few reflections onto it, yes, the sprinklers did run off. I was waiting down into the restroom line, and all of a sudden the people came running down, and everyone was really screaming and yelling and wondering what was going on. Some parents there did have an idea, and that is if we can have a restroom that was child size, or a restroom that would take and accommodate a parent and a child. They would appreciate that. There was one firework, though, that was a dud, though, that luckily enough, that went into the crowd because of the location of the fireworks. We may want to take and look at that situation. People tended to self-control, but there was, because there wasn't just one location where people were watching us. Along the hills, along both sides of down Oceanside Boulevard there, in the valley there, people are gathered near Costa, people are gathered all along to the development area, to Rancho area, and over at Mayor Costa, all over the place. And there was even a pizza truck at one of the locations servicing those people. So there are many different locations that people were at. So these the locations for the different service trucks could be at other locations as well. So that was very good. And I have to say that that was really good for a private sector to step up and really step forward. There was also, into some of the remote areas, some alcohol that was being consumed by some of our younger youth, shall I say. But the people who were self-controlling it made sure to tell those people to curtail their activities as much as possible, which I was really proud to see our citizens of Oceanside do for those people. Then I went down to IHOP afterwards, and people had been outside when the fireworks went off, and they were actually watching it and went out from the restaurant. So that was exciting. July 3rd is definitely one thing that people really wanted, to give you emphasis on that. The other thing is that afterwards I asked Eileen what could be done and what could I do. And so Eileen asked for me to take and say, can you help in any way? So I made contact with David, and David said that's one thing his folks have been asking him about. So that is where I'm glad that he's stepping forward. And I'm sure there's a lot of other people in the community that are willing to do it, even if it's just setting a jar out in front of their business or something like that. There are a lot of people out there that are willing to step forward to help. Thank you.
No further members of the public wish to speak at this time.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Kern.
Thank you. Actually, my informal polling has been about 60-40 in favor of the 4th. I were at Main Street the other morning, Councilmember Feline and I, we kind of took this poll, and it was about that, more people out of the 4th than the 3rd. And I know, David, you guys did a survey, and it came out about that same number, 60% in favor of the 4th, 40% in favor, of the 3rd. So I think that's something to be worked out. You know, I think we ought to consider both days when we come back and think about this. I prefer, personally, the 3rd, because you have the next day off, plus it gives you the opportunity to take the kids to fireworks 2 nights in a row. But some people, you know, as far as tradition, it is the 4th of July. It is the nation's holiday. And a lot of people felt very strongly that we should have fireworks on the 4th of July. So I think that issue is going to have to be addressed in this next 30 days. And then at the end of that 30 days, we can plan for next year. So I'm not going to fall on my sword for the 3rd, but I think the idea of having it for our convenience doesn't really mean that we're celebrating the nation's birthday. I know the 125th was a special occasion, and we discussed that when Councilmember Feller brought this forward about the 3rd or the 4th, and so I think that's something that's going to have to be addressed over the next month or so they can be planning. And I know Main Street would like to participate in some way too. You know, they do have a vendor list about that, maybe treat it like a special event. I do not think El Corazon is going to be ready by the 4th of July, or, you know, the first week of July next year. They're not going to start the grading until, I think, October of this year. So, and it won't be a paved parking lot. It'll be like a DG parking lot, but it'll be parking, you know, and so the idea to do that. So, did somebody second your motion?
Not yet.
Okay, I'll second the motion, but I think those issues that have to be addressed over the next 30 days, you know, we do have, I would assume that this is pretty accurate because we're going down to the cent, that this is the real cost. I don't know if there's any other costs out there that we haven't accounted for, but this seems pretty thorough. So it was $39,869.64. So I think what the city manager said, that we could probably add at least 10 or 12% onto that because of the difference in staffing next year depending on the day. So I think that's something that we're going to have to address also. But with that, I think that it was very well received. I know some of the restaurants ran out of food. I know some people, some of the vendors had to go back home and get more food to come out. And then Terry Goodman and I were standing there by the very few porta potties we had and realized that we didn't have enough. I've got to thank the Marriott people because they did open up their hotel for people to come in and use their facilities. And actually, I talked to Josh out there, and in each hotel, they had 20 rooms booked by locals. People that lived in Oceanside booked a room in the hotel to see the fireworks. So I think letting people out there, and actually the sooner we decide, the more people can plan. So with that, thank you.
Councilmember Fulling, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think originally when this was proposed by Councilman Feller, it was certainly an experiment. There were issues we weren't entirely sure how it was going to work. I think if my memory's correct, it was one of those 3-2 votes, and I'm glad to see that the skeptics are on board and the experiment worked, and it is a rousing success. And I was there watching it at the location, and I thought I'd say that the fireworks were a little too close, but they were right there in front of us, and we had as great a show as I've ever seen, and so it was absolutely wonderful. But one of the things I'm very curious about, and I hope we get feedback from citizens throughout the city, as to how many different locations they were able to view the fireworks from, because that's part of the experiment, to not have to come down to the specific event, to be able to go to parks or Miracosta or other points in the city that would have a view of El Corazon and be able to enjoy the fireworks. So I do hope we get that kind of feedback. At the event itself, it was very friendly, very family-oriented. It was wonderful to have the high school bands there playing and entertaining us. It was everything we would have wanted from a fireworks celebration. As to the issue of the 3rd or the 4th, I certainly would lean to the 4th, but I would be interested in the maker and the 2nd if they would amend their motion to make sure the cost study includes comparing the third as opposed to the fourth, if there is a huge cost difference that we benefit from one day or the other, because I think that would help the public decide as to what direction.
That's implied.
Okay, well,
Yes.
thank you, good. I just want to make sure, because that's something, again, that needs to weigh, we need to factor in, but I certainly would lean towards the fourth unless there was some kind of astronomical cost difference, but I think it was a great success. City staff did a wonderful job. I certainly believe Eileen deserves the accolades she's received, and it just came out everything that we wanted from this. So it was a rousing success, and let's do it again next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Feller, please.
Thank you. I do, Eileen just took it from the first meeting straight to what it was, and so all the kudos go to Eileen for the organization. I know lots of people worked on it, but she just did a great job from the very beginning. And one of the discussions was the cost of fireworks on the 3rd or the 4th. They vary because nobody's doing them on the 3rd, so they can set up for one show and be ready for another. This same guy was down in San Diego doing Big Bay, so or whatever it was last year it was the Big Bang, but this year whatever it was. You know, as far as I have not heard one complaint about it, other than a lot of laughing and giggling when the water came on. But and no fireworks. You know, there was a little dust or a little something in the air on one or two of them that got pretty close to the crowd on the street. So. But it wasn't, there was nothing, you know, major to be considered other than, you know, maybe they need to move another 100 feet the other way or something if we do it there again. And I heard from people that were camped back by where Pacific Marine Credit Union was and up by the post office there, all over those hills. Even as far away as some of the high points in Vista and Carlsbad. I mean, people from Carlsbad enjoyed it from quite a ways away. So I know my wife would appreciate the 3rd because that's her birthday, and I told her that was the reason we had it on the 3rd this year, but. And we did have the city birthday that day too, so. But as far as all of that, that's up to you to figure out. And I just was wondering if 30 days is enough time to figure it out.
45?
Yeah, let's do it right.
How long is it going to take to convince Dave to take over?
We've, Councilmember Sanchez, Mayor Council, we've put together pretty much what, down to the penny, what it costs this year, and it shouldn't be that difficult to project. The biggest increased cost is going to be with extra personnel with the police department, is what I'm anticipating, so it shouldn't take much to put that together.
Thank you.
I think we can be back in 30 days.
Okay.
The last thing I'd like to say is our city manager made an illegal U-turn on Ocean Ranch Boulevard, getting out of there, and if I guess it was free reign and going in whatever direction you wanted, but that was a little difficult. I live only just, you know, at the most 5 minutes from the site, and it took me almost an hour to get home to my wife's birthday. So anyway, I enjoyed the fireworks. Just a great job, Eileen, and I look forward to seeing it come back there year after year. I think it's the right place. It's high enough, and we can get them to shoot them higher if we want to pay a little more money. So that's all I.
Thank you. I want to thank everybody that was involved. It was a great day for the city, 125th birthday. You can't just thank just Eileen. It was everybody. I thank you for it. My only concern is the 3rd and the 4th, which one it will be. I want public safety, public works, fire. You know, I don't want them to go back to back, and if they have the manpower and the need, whatever it takes, and whatever's okay with them. I don't want to have guys working all night on the 3rd and follow up on, come back to work early in the morning on the 4th, because that's when the crowds start coming to the beach. As long as it doesn't impact the public safety by dwindling down on a 2-day thing. So as for the fireworks themselves, outstanding. It'll always cost us about $250,000 to $500,000 to do the fireworks at the beach because of the public safety costs, because the crowds started getting out of hand from everywhere. If you look at the beach cities that do fireworks anymore, they're very few. So that's why they came to Oceanside. They came in from everywhere, and there's a problematic crowd. So that kind of dwindled off because of the lack of fireworks at Oceanside, but Camp Hamlin still brought them. With that in mind, I don't care which dates we pick or both, whatever's best for public safety and be able to man it and, pardon? No, we have to fill both of them. No, I mean both days for public safety, because they're going to have to be out in the 4th anyhow at the beach crowd. So if you want it on the 3rd for fireworks and you want to have the public safety at the beach on the 4th, it impacts public safety. So whatever's easy for them and everybody else in the cost. I got to tell you, when I was out there, not only was it outstanding fireworks, the people that put it on, whoever they were, they did a great job. However, I was right at that intersection. All the debris was falling on me and my car. So I'm saying thing for everybody. We were close to the fireworks, and we got the debris from it. So that was kind of exciting for me. I would recommend in the future that the people that brought all their dogs, that's wonderful to bring your dogs, but they were scared to death when the fireworks went off and they were trying to pull away from their owners. I wouldn't bring my small children or the dogs to the event because that seemed to be a real problem down there. But I was amazed that all the catering trucks that were there were running out of food. I mean, they were running out of everything. That's how popular it was. And I liked the fact that we blocked off the street, because that's where the people were sitting. It was clean. It wasn't in the dirt. And you didn't get the water sprinklers to come right on you at that particular point. But I think it was a great location. I think everybody else that was involved in this, it turned out to be a great event for the 125th. That means city staff, all the volunteers, the caterers are there, and certainly the Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for what you did earlier in the day. Great turnout. But with that in mind, it was really cost for you, the citizens. If we can keep the cost down, it's easy to have these. But at $500,000 for one day, in the old days, it's not worth it. But this seems to be a priority for a lot of people in Oceanside. They showed up. As a matter of fact, I think the complaints that I received was they were shocked at how big of a crowd turned up. That's the caterers and everybody else were saying, I didn't expect this to be that big, and they didn't plan for it. So I think in the future they will, and it'll be a lot easier. But thank everybody that was involved. That's all I have. There is a motion on the floor, but let's go back to the last person. That's you, Ms. Sanchez.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did get a chance to speak to the businesses there, and they do prefer the 3rd now. I would like staff to go back and talk to them again, see what their thoughts are on this, in coming up with their best recommendation, which of course will include the costs. And I suspect that costs will be higher if we have personnel on both sides of the middle and on the other side of the west side of the city. That's going to be a real big challenge for us. It'll probably be a higher cost. But anyway, I suspect it's going to be a 5-0 vote.
Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Hurd, let's go to 27, please.
Item number 27 is approval of amendment to the fiscal year 2013-2014 Community Development Block Grant Program, budget due to the CDBG funding allocation exceeding the amount anticipated. Approval to allocate an additional $30,400 for CDBG planning and program administration. Approval to allocate an additional $22,799 in grant funding to public service programs. And approval to amend this 2013-2014 action plan accordingly.
Thank you very much. As the mayor, I'll open this public hearing and ask requests from council members. Contacts?
I've just had staff.
Staff. Staff.
No contact?
Staff only.
Correspondence or petitions?
None.
Thank you very much. Brendan, welcome.
He's getting short.
Yeah, you got a smile we can't knock off the face.
Good evening, Honourable Mayor and Council members. The City's fiscal year 2013-14 CB budget was approved on March 27th and the CDBG action plan on June 6th based on estimated CDBG home allocations and CDBG allocations due to the sequestration. So we were expecting at that time a 6% decrease in CDBG. When the CDBG allocations were actually announced, we actually had an increase of CDBG funding for this year. The increase in CDBG was due to a national $300 million disaster recovery program that was not carried forward into this fiscal year, which offset the sequestration reduction for this year only. The $152,001 CDBG increase to the city over the estimated amount allows for an additional $22,799 in public services funding above the allocations made on March 27th. And that's under the 15% CDBG cap. This also allows an additional $30,400 under grants administration to remain at the 20% cap for grants administration. And that we would allocate to supplies. The city's home program allocation also increased by $12,001 due to takebacks and also to paybacks from cities that actually either weren't using their home funding or had actually used it for the wrong type of projects and had to pay it back to the government. So that actually adjustment made this year increased our home funding by $12,001. The recommendation from staff is to allocate $16,000 of the additional public services funding to the Oceanside Senior Citizens Association for the Senior Nutrition Program and Club 55 program. And the remaining $6,799 allowable under the cap would be allocated to the city's community resource centers for neighborhood resource fairs in Eastside, Crown Heights, and Libby Lake. The resource fairs funding would actually replace existing funding that we're using through CalGrip. That funding we've used pretty much, we'll have used the funding that we have available this year. We won't have any funding for Eastside and Crown Heights next year because we won't have a new grant for that area. There's potential for some funding for Libby Lake, but we won't know that until later this year. Again, it's a small amount of money for 3 fairs, and that's part of the allocation. That would be to the community resource centers. The Oceanside Senior Citizens Association currently has 550 seniors signed up for their congregate meals, which are served at the Oceanside Senior Center. And they also have 122 on their homebound program. They actually serve over 1,500 meals a month at the Senior Center and 2,000 or more meals in home services. Club 55 currently has 169 members. That basically concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
And please take a seat at sidebar and we'll go from there. Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk?
This is a public hearing item. Any members of the public wishing to speak on this particular item may come forward for 3 minutes to address the council. At this point in time, I'm not seeing anyone coming forward.
I see none. I'll close the public hearing and come back to the council. Councilmember Sanchez, please.
Move approval?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Feller? No. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you very much. Before I go into the next item, if I may, could I have the scout troop stand up where it can be seen on TV? All right. Where's the troop leader? Oh, there you go, back there. I want to miss you. Please, real quick, come up to the podium, tell us what troop, and it looks like you got a couple of them here. Give us your name and information on the troop. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. My name is Paul Johnson. I am an Assistant Scoutmaster at Troop 752. We have the boys here that are working on the citizenship in the Community Merit Badge tonight.
Outstanding, sir. I see Troop 752, but I thought I saw another number. I didn't know.
I think you probably did, but
Anyhow, it's very nice to see them all here. You're live on TV, folks, and you guys, thank you for being here. Later on, you can have these jobs because I'm sure you're going to be educated enough to take over these in a short period of time, and you will be the future leaders, and I thank you for that. Thank you very much, and thank you, sir, for being here.
and thank you.
Be seated. Thank you very much. With that, Mr. Clerk, can we do item number 28, please?
Item number 28 is a request by Mayor Wood to direct the city manager to reprioritize fiscal year 2013-2014 CIP projects to include completion of street railroad crossings for quiet zone project.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I'll make this short because I'll get back to staff on this. Over all the years I can remember, one of the priorities has been getting the quiet zone through Oceanside. We've had several meetings. We've certainly put it out to studies, and you name it, and it's back here, and we still have it. The reason I thought it's a priority from all the years that I've got feedback from different sources or people in Oceanside, we're a tourist town. There's no doubt about it. Down at the beach, they come here. Nothing worse than you come from out of town, you find that the train throughout the night blows its whistle through Oceanside, wakes you up. That's just tourism, not counting the people that live here around the tracks. Recently at the NCTD, we let Delmar do a study on their thing, changing the horns and signs, not the horn blowing on the train, but the intersection. It seemed to work, but it's still a problem. What I brought back here is before we spend all the money that we have potentially on things, I think this is a priority for the city of Oceanside, considering we're a beach city and we're a tourism city. There's no doubt about it. I don't care what time of the day or night when the train comes on, blows the whistle. I understand under federal law, the engineer has the right to do it at his own reckoning, what he thinks best. And as you know, they're pretty noisy. I think most of the problems we have seem to be down in Encinitas area where we have a lot of people who seem to walk in front of the trains and get killed. Well, I don't know if it's intentional or accidental, but what we have in Oceanside is a different scenario. Most of our downtown areas are either going to be strong, heavy residential or commercial. We have 5 intersections that need to be quiet zone areas. Staff's going to be here off the sidebar. We got feedback, I think maybe a month ago at one of our meetings, that 3 of the 5 intersections were gone quite a bit towards the quiet zone. I'd like to make sure that city manager and staff says this is a priority, and if we get money available, that we go to a quiet zone as soon as possible, and our representative on NCTD make sure that they handle that at that aspect to get them on board with us. If we get all these 5 intersections done, what the cost might be and what the time zone is. I get asked all the time about when is that going to happen, quiet zone. I know every city on the county of San Diego, all the way down San Diego, wants them. They'd love to have them, but it's federal law. The engineer has choice unless we come up with issues that protect everybody. The train and all the passengers and vehicle traffic in the area is protected by improving those intersections. With that, my ask and my motion here is to have staff look at and reprioritize through the city manager office or through the council. Let's go forward with this. I've got several emails saying, yes, let's do it. It is a money issue, but I think one of the priorities is to make our tourism industry happy. I get complaints from just about every hotel in town when they stay here. The biggest complaint is the train going through and blowing their whistles all day or all night. So with that, that's what I'm really asking for input from the council and the staff. And what I'd like to get feedback right now is either the city manager or staff on where it stands on our city and those intersections, if you would, please.
Honorable Mayor, council members, currently staff is in the process of processing a contract with a design consultant in order to do an additional diagnostic meeting to determine exactly what improvements are necessary to implement a quiet zone. So we've already filed a notice of intent, and after we can go through the process of meeting with all the important entities that have a say within that quiet zone, then we'll be able to determine the costs associated with that, as well as start to outline a time frame of implementing that.
If I may, and I don't mean to interrupt you, we've done this year after year after year. It seems like we've studied it to death, and we've all agreed that we want to do it. I'm not sure I need or want another study, but if you have to deal with all the parties involved, I understand federal, state, whatever. I just like to not have to go through another study when we've done so many of them already. But if it's necessary, let's move on it and get it done. And I'd like clarification from you, because you spoke maybe a month ago and said you've done a lot on 3 intersections, but we have to do 5 in order to have a quiet zone. Is that correct?
That's correct. There's 5 crossings in Oceanside, and 3 of them, the southerlymost 3, have received some treatment so far through the efforts of Amtrak and the Sprinter project.
And what are we looking at for time and or needs, in your opinion?
In time, I can't tell you a schedule right now, but like I said, we're executing a contract right now with the consultant, and then we have to start scheduling the meetings with the given parties, with BNSF, with NCTD, with Amtrak, with all of those, California Public Utilities Commission, in order to determine what the improvements are. Because we've gone through multiple studies, because the first one outlined while the quiet zone was still relatively new, and a lot of the players didn't know exactly what was going to be required, so you had differing opinions. As time has progressed, there seems to be more of consensus as far as what improvements are necessary. So the first study was really broad because of the individuals or the entities that were participating didn't even agree at that point in time. The second study was they had progressed some, and we were able to take out a lot of the improvements and reduce the cost. Now we have all different players involved. Once again, NCTD has seen a number of staff turnover, and we want to confirm that what has been proposed is going to be accepted by the parties that will make that decision. Some of them I already mentioned. So for me it's a little premature for me to tell you how long it'll take to implement, but we are going to, I can come back once we've hired the consultant in a relatively short period of time and do a pass-through memo and give you an update on the timing.
Again, I don't want to put pressures on your shoulder by saying, let's move faster than we have to, but on the other hand, we've been doing this for year after year after year, and consultant after consultant, and I would hope at some point we have what's necessary. If we did it all, why can't we have a quiet zone sooner than later, number one? And with that, I'm certainly asking the city manager to reevaluate cost factors and giving this as a priority moving forward. And that's part of this reason I'm having the meeting. You need that too. Money to approve things to get it going. We're doing sand on the beach. We're doing the restrooms. Now the next priority that I consider out there would certainly be the quiet zone from the trains. I mean, if you live down there, it's bad enough, but if you're a tourist and you haven't been around a train and you park your bed next to the window, especially with our new Marriott suites, it seems like it's 15 feet from the train. It's going to be real interesting for the people that stay there. That's what I'm concerned about. We'll have speakers, I imagine, want to address this issue, but back to the city manager, when we get rid of hearing the speakers, I'll come back to you and him saying how do things look for getting some financials toward it. But right now, without getting to the council, I'd like to hear from the public, if I may.
Yes, we have 2 members of the public wishing to speak on this item. First, we have Howard LaGrange.
Good evening.
Thank you, Mayor. Honorable Mayor and City Council members and City staff. I'm Howard LaGrange, and I'm on the Visit Oceanside Board, the Main Street Board, and co-chair of the Oceanside Bike Committee. All 3 of these organizations have an interest in establishing quiet zones in our city. From a tourism standpoint and visitor standpoint, as part of Main Street and Visit Oceanside, I've heard many complaints from visitors staying at hotels and rentals near the rail crossing. The Wyndham is especially cursed by being close to being woke up 3 or 4 times every evening as the freight trains pass through Oceanside. In fact, talking to the general manager of the Wyndham, it's their #1 complaint. And if you look and go on to TripAdvisor, which I recommend you do, you'll see that's an issue. And it also is an issue with recurring visitors to our area. If someone goes to TripAdvisor and see that, they're being woke up continually, it's not real positive. With a new hotel coming online next year, directly next to rail crossing, I will assure you that every customer will be complaining, not only through TripAdvisor, but probably to Visit Oceanside and probably to City Council also. As Mayor, you mentioned, this is an issue that first came up and actually was analyzed in 2007. I think it was April 2007. And some estimates were given, but as Mr. Emerson said, it was the first time and the first opportunity they had to look at it, and a lot of things have changed since then. You're probably interested in what in the world does Bike and Pet Committee have interest in this. Well, in order to construct the coastal rail trail through our coastal area, especially through Wisconsin and Oceanside Boulevard, many of the infrastructure required for quiet zones were incorporated in the design by Sandag, and this is paid by Sandag. The alternative on the Coastal Rail Trail was to go to the next signalized intersection, which means you're crossing Oceanside Boulevard, you go down to Pacific Street, and then back around, which is unacceptable to Sandag. So they're willing to go ahead and provide a lot of infrastructure required, and that should cut our costs in constructing these quiet zones. From 2000 to 2013, it's been 6 years, and it's time to address this issue before we lose more tourism dollars. And I also like to offer, I think maybe through the general manager of the Wyndham, if any of the council members would like to stay at the Wyndham and Port Grata and experience it yourself on a weekend, I think it'd be of quite interest to you all. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next, Stephen G. Mesquite may come forward.
Hi, my name is Steve Mashew. I'm the president of the Homeowners Association at North Coast Village. We have 550 units, and we get to enjoy the pleasure of the train horns all night long. We also have about 150 of our units that are rented during the summertime as vacation rentals, and it has quite a tourism impact on the community. We have people all year from Canada come down in the wintertime, etc., and we really would like to see that quiet zone established very much, as it disturbs my sleep because I live there, and I know that it also affects our tourism, and as he said, TripAdvisor kind of ratings, etc. It really is a strong impact on our rentals and our community in North Coast Village. We understand it's expensive, and we hope you can find other alternative sources of funding if we don't have enough money to swing it. One of the sources that I keep looking at is this North Coast Corridor project. It seems like they're willing to build sound walls to protect the people from the increased sound from the widening freeway. Well, as part of that North Coast project, they're going to increase the number of trains that are going up and down. In fact, they're even building a terminal up in Camp Pendleton, which means more are going to be going past our complex. So it seems fair to us to say, well, wait a minute, if they're going to shield the people from high freeway noise, we ought to be able to get shielded from train horn noise as well by helping to contribute to the quiet zone project. I believe that we could also share in the cost through some sort of hazard abatement district. The poll that was attempted 4 or 5 years ago clearly showed that there wasn't a lot of support for increased property taxes, but that was based on a $9 million estimate for those 5 crossings, and they estimated only 1,000 affected residents, 1,000 affected units. When you divide 9 million by 1,000 and then try to get a bond for that and have everybody pay, it made the cost sound really ridiculous. If we really took the 2,000 or 3,000 units that I believe are affected when you include the hotel rooms and divide that into the new number, which is in the 2.5 million, it comes down to a lot better sharing. If we had to share a little bit of the cost and the city put up some of the money, I think we could pull the project off. But we really think we need it. Thank you very much for considering this in your priority.
Thank you, sir.
No further public at this time.
Thank you. Before I go back to the council real quick, I think some of you should know, and I think the hotel people already do, the plan is to double track from Oceanside to San Diego, which will double the train traffic when it's finished. So you'll get twice as many trains and horns. So I think it's a real priority right now. And what I want is with the input from the public and the council regarding this, and make it a higher priority for some of the potential money through Sandag and the help from NCTV, and that's going to be 2 of our council members up here that can talk to those groups about money from Sandag and for making sure they would help us from the NCTV on getting this done as soon as possible. Every city on the beach area all the way down wants this. That's the cost factor, but if we have something moving where we got a lot of it done already on 3 of the 5 intersections, I think it'd be nice to finish those 3 off on the remaining 2. And like I say, the cost factor isn't what it used to be. As you said, it's not $9 million per state. So with that, I'll open it up back to the council members and see if you got any input. And for the city manager, I'd like your input later, please, sir. Councilmember Feline, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this is certainly a long and technical process, and I guess the first question is, of course, we had a presentation from the North County Transit District on a new study, and there was an issue of whether or not, as a city, we'd moved along far enough to where we didn't need to participate in that study. Has that decision been formally made?
Well, after the presentation, I'm sorry, Honorable Mayor, council members, after that presentation, I recommended that we didn't participate in that study because that study was not necessarily in alignment with where we were at. So it was my recommendation, it still stands as my recommendation, that we don't participate in that study, but we just go ahead and focus on our given 5 intersections, not the whole corridor within San Diego County.
Okay, great. And then with that, my understanding is that we do have a chance to get a substantial contribution through the improvements that are taking place in the corridor, and we get to kind of piggyback on those programs. And I think we should, make sure that we acquire all the as much outside funding as we can. And I'd like to ask the city manager, as far as that process as it moves along, is any additional money, adjusting our CIP budget this year, going to accelerate that process at all?
Honorable Mayor, council members, the short answer to that right now is no. However, we have in this year's budget allocated money to do the diagnostic study within Oceanside, which we are mandated to do. It's not an option. As we get closer and as improvements are made and as time changes, we have to do the diagnostic study to identify the improvements. If the improvement costs come back what they are within reason, and we are looking at alternate funding sources as a result of some regional projects that may impact the rail line, if those monies become available, we certainly will pursue them, but it's going to be a matter of timing. If we can finish the diagnostic studies and identify the improvements needed and the costs, in order to make those improvements in a timely manner, we're going to have to fund those improvements unless the timing with some of these other projects is such that they work together. If it's our funding, we'll have to look at funding sources, and it may be, as one of the speakers indicated, that we may have to go to the property owners and the hotel owners and say, we need to charge you for part of this, but we won't know until we finish the diagnostic study. But again, that money has already been allocated. You don't need to do anything. That money's there now. Once the engineering department finishes that study, we'll be able to come back and say, here's the cost now. And if it's within reason, I suspect it will not be in the 7 to 9 million range as it was before. I suspect it'll be in the 3, hopefully that 3 to 4 range, and we'll have to make some decisions on how to implement that as quickly as possible.
Now, would I be correct in assuming that we can then get all that information and factor it into next year's CIP budget without missing any opportunities to move ahead on these projects?
I think the timing will be such that as you build your next year's CIP budget, we should have that information available to say, here are some options for you to make this happen. I don't see the diagnostic study taking that long that it's going to affect that budget. We will start coming to you in February, March with those budgets. By then, we will have enough information to know how that will play out.
Okay, because yes, I think most of us, I'd be shocked if there wasn't anyone up here at the dais who didn't support the idea of moving as rapidly as possible to create these quiet zones, and at the same time make sure we have everyone chipping in a little bit and doing serious number crunching and seeing if we can come to a deal, if you will, that the people directly affected put in a little bit, the city puts in a little bit, we get some from Sandag, we get some from North County Transit District, and move this forward. And so since we just approved the CIP budget last month, it seems we can accommodate that within the normal budgeting process that will take place again next year. And so I don't see the need for this motion. I don't know what's going to be accomplished by it. So I don't know if the city manager needs further explanation or the mayor would care to elaborate a little more, because I think we're all on board with the goal here. And it seems that the budget's already accommodated everything that we can move on that's under our control at the moment. And so I think we're moving down the tracks as it is, no pun intended.
Well, excuse me for interrupting. The only reason I brought it up and back on the agenda, I think everybody in town and everybody up here wants it too. The problem I have is we have, let's say, $5+ million out of a recent sale come to the city. We put money aside for sand, we put a certain part of it away for cleaning up and fixing up the bathrooms, some of that money is certainly going to still be available, and that is quite a bit. I wanted to find out from the city manager potentially how much is left, and that would be, everybody up here has used a portion of it already, and if there's money left, that would be, again, what I put in this thing is to reprioritize this particular issue. And if there's money available from that money that we're already spending hand over foot, this is a good cause. So I was going to ask them later, but I thank you for that.
Yeah, and I certainly support the objective, and I think it's worth discussing when we get to that item. Don't forget the number, so I don't know that we need a separate vote here. You know, I think if within the discussion of the council and the city manager that we feel there's some need to designate some specific funding, we can incorporate it within the motion to allocate the remainder of the mobile home sale and incorporate it in that discussion. I mean, that seems to me the best way to go.
Thank you very much.
And I just would like to add, and as the mayor suggested, if that's what if it's a priority, now would be the time to set little chunks of money aside in anticipation of what may be a bigger cost to you later on. So that would make sense to do that.
Okay, thank you.
With that, Councilmember Sanchez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And we have been talking about this for a while, and I think cost is always the main issue for all of us and for the citizens of Oceanside. We were, the upper range was at one time $9 million. I think we looked at some kind of cost sharing. In fact, we tried to, I think staff tried to look at establishing a district so those that are impacted would help, with those costs, and I think that was met with failure. Basically, no one was really interested in paying into this, and that's a big concern because I think that once we start getting, the Sprinter, I guess it's back online, there's going to be requests for quiet zones there too, and even with quiet zones, I understand that it's not a complete silence. Basically, what the report before said was that, if I can find it, here, where did you go? Basically, it said that it should be noted that quiet zones does not completely eliminate noise associated with railroad crossings. Warning bells will continue to sound, and train operators are permitted to blast the horn when safety concerns are present, such as pedestrians walking in the railroad corridor. I just recently took a train ride to Ventura, and at every stop they sounded the horn. So I'm sure that they've been working on quiet zones. My concern, I guess, is somehow equitably looking at this and trying to figure out how to be able to pay for this. And I'm not opposed to making it a priority, but I'm concerned about how to get there. There was a suggestion that we put off street maintenance every year for a few years, from $250,000 to $500,000 worth, but I don't think that that's really an option because our streets need maintenance, and it's a bigger cost if something happens, and we end up, paying for it. So I don't think I like that suggestion. That was once in one of the staff reports from 2007. I know, again, the staff's been looking at this and trying to figure out where to pull funds. I had the sense from talking to folks involved with the mitigation issues for I-5 widening that this is not something they were interested in doing. But certainly, I would like, of course, staff to look into that. I think there are other higher priorities for them because in terms of credits, they get higher credits for doing things like fixing lagoons and things, and there are several lagoons that Caltrans could put into that would give them tons of, or several credits. I don't know if this even qualifies for credits. So yeah, the answer is no. So I know that that's what Caltrans is looking at, is trying to, get as much out of this I-5 widening in terms of the mitigation. So I see this probably as a very, very low priority for them to put money into this. Again, I'm certainly interested in seeing this done. I'm not opposed to voting for this, but the issue is going to be costs, and if there's more of a willingness from locals who are impacted to somehow put something into this, there is going to be an annual maintenance cost. There is going to be an annual insurance cost. Those things are going to go on forever, and I'd like to see some input into this. So, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Kern.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of things, and I've heard it repeatedly up here. We don't have a cost. We don't have a timeline. So I don't think we can reprioritize a budget that we've already approved with such vague information. I think putting it into the 14-15 budget as we go through the process and we get those timelines and we get those costs, and then we can, if we wish, we can prioritize it in the 14-15 budget. And as we go forward, we say, okay, this is really what we want to do our spending on. But until we have those costs, I can't see to reshuffle a budget that we just approved. It is a great idea. I mean, and obviously we've all heard about it repeatedly from the neighborhoods and the visitors community, to do something about that. And they're right, we're doing the transit center improvements. They're putting a third track in. And part of that third track, they're going to try to do all the improvements on the Mission Avenue crossing when they do that third track. So maybe we can save some money there, but I don't know what that is. And there is a proposal to take the coaster all the way to San Clemente and to have a stop in Camp Pendleton and then go to San Clemente. So that it is going to increase rail traffic to the north. The people in North Coast Village are going to have coaster trains that'll come by there now probably 5 or 6 times a day. But they're going to do those rail improvements, so maybe they can incorporate some of those in that process. So until we have a firm idea of cost, I can't see we go back and change our budget that we approved. But I think going forward, once we have those costs and we have those timelines, we can actually incorporate it into next year's budget. So, and then we'll have an idea, and then it'll give, and I'm going to put the pressure on our representatives to North County Transit District and Sandag to go to those respective organizations and see what kind of help we can get with them. So I think that's, so we can defray that cost across the region and not just for the citizens of Oceanside. So with that, if the mayor would want to change his motion to prioritize it to the 14-15 budget, I would be supportive of that.
No, I'll finish up later, but no,
okay.
It won't be necessary. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Feller, please.
Thank you. This, first time I heard about this was on NCTD in 2002, 2003 probably. When I was chair, it was going to be a priority, and unfortunately, that was 2005, and all of a sudden we were out of there, and then our staff got involved and started putting things together, and I appreciate what Scott's done over these years to do it as probably painlessly as, although it's probably terribly hard work, but we are the last part of the North Coast corridor to be built. We didn't fight for that in particular in our freeway widenings, so they're doing everything down south, working north, and it'll be 30 years before we are actually able to see widening here on Highway 5, and some of these things are, they kind of work in concert. Councilmember Sanchez brought up the Sprinter side of it. There's 10 crossings over there on that railroad, and I'm guessing, that I don't think that passing, that rail that Jerry mentioned, that doesn't go up to Mission. It only goes to the depot, if I'm not mistaken, and the new third rail. So I don't know what you can do about the two northern rail crossings immediately. If you had all the money that you needed, how soon could that be done? If we just said, here's the checkbook.
Councilmember Feller, we'd still have to finish the diagnostic study to make sure that everybody is in agreement. And so it's hard for me to put a timeline on it because I need to get 5 different agencies in agreement on what final improvements are. And then once we have that, then I can dictate, depending upon the improvements, I can dictate the timeline. But some of them could be as simple as extending a median in the interim with delineators, glue down delineators, and getting some credit for that, knowing that the long-term goal is to build a median. For example, the Surfrider crossing, we know I've already negotiated with Sandag, and they are going to be doing the majority of improvements at that crossing. However, they're in design phase. They haven't funded the construction of that. So we'd have to have an interim solution at that crossing until that's acceptable by all parties before we can get the final construction done through the Eastbrook to Shell project, the double tracking project that goes over San Luis Rey River.
Well, we're going to, I know Bill Horn has already stated that he's going to build a platform at Camp Pendleton. Well, I'm not sure that's going to work, but I hope these 5 agencies can work faster on this than they've done on our river. I think it's a high priority, always has been for me. I've talked to you many times about it, and I think the effort that you're putting in at this point is probably really as good as we can do without the study you're referring to. And in relation to what's the highest priority, I know the Wyndham has said that, the sand is the #1 issue, not just, I know the sand in the bathrooms are major issues for our tourism. And I know that that's what I've heard from some of the people. That's the #1 issue for them. And I'm not saying directly that Wyndham has. I know they're down there and hearing the trains, but we as a community are stuck with trains going through here, and engineers do train engineers do whatever they want when it comes to railroad crossings if they think there's a danger. So I think it's probably, if we can set aside small chunks to be ready for the point, maybe we set aside a little money later in this program tonight, or in the agenda tonight, to be ready when we need to be ready, and plan on it in the next budget. That would probably work best for us.
Thank you. My lights are off. I'm going to finish up here as my item. I was cautious on how I put this on the agenda. I didn't want to say take money from A to B and steal it from Peter to pay Paul. However, it's a priority, and the only reason I put it on right away is it's been going on for as long as any of you have been up here in the council for an item that's important. Quiet zone. Far back as you can remember. What happened, though, is recently we sold a piece of property and got how much money out of the sales of the property? $5.6 million. Before the ink was even dry on that document, we had people putting $700,000 aside for the sand on the beach. A good item, no doubt about it, but that's $700,000. Then we had somebody else put an item to refurbish all the bathrooms at the beach. Great item, no doubt about it. And I said, reprioritize where you spend the money. And that's not necessarily going to CIP money, capital improvement money, but if we got 5.6 million, and then if we don't need the sand money, that's 700,000. And the bathroom refurbished down at the beach, if that's a couple of $1 million, that might be more than enough money to finish off our quiet zone. And I would like this council to understand that. Let's look at this and might make a motion to say take the remaining money out of those two items if they're needed or not. And if we go forward with the bathrooms, and that was voted on at the last council meeting, that's fine. If the sand money isn't needed, maybe that's another $700,000 to about almost 5.5 million. So we might have $3 or so million left, and city manager guessed it might cost another $3 million to finish those intersections. There's money, one-time money spent. I would normally not touch it because I thought that money should have gone back to the Mission Cove housing project, but that wasn't going to happen with this council. So since they're spending money on other issues, that's why I put it on. If there's going to be money left over, I want this to be the priority for the citizens that live near the tracks, let alone my hotels and the guests that come to our time. TOT tax is a big issue in Oceanside. That's tourist money. So with that, I'll ask the city manager if there's going to be any money left out of that 5.6 million and any other we have extra. I'd like to make a motion that we set aside that money as a priority for the quiet zone. And back to you, Mr. City Manager.
Honorable Mayor, council members, there currently is about $2 million left to be allocated. You do have an item later on. If you want to allocate all of it to an additional money, and I can address that in a few minutes, to the quiet zones, that certainly would keep us from hearing that item.
Well, thank you very much. I know you have several items yourself you're going to bring up and talk about. I'm not sure if we should wait till the end of that, but on the other hand, whatever that amount of money, if the bathrooms aren't that much money and you have money and we don't need to do a sand refurbishment because we're going to dredge the harbor next year anyhow, that's pushing about $3 million already, and that's your guess to do all the intersections. In other words, it would be done. So that would be my motion, by the way, and it's this year from the city attorney. They're always nice to come in.
I was just going to mention, I think if that was your motion, Mayor, to take the unallocated funds for the sale of the property and apply them to quiet zones, you have that as a separate item on the agenda. You may want to call that now concurrently because there is a speaker, as I understand it, for that item.
Fine. Please.
Okay, we have one member of the public wishing to speak on item 33, which is now being heard at this present moment in time. John Seymour may come forward at this time.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. John Seymour from National Community Renaissance, and I believe staff would be supporting a portion of the proceeds to go to the Mission Cove Affordable Housing Project. And that project is really not our project, it's really our city project. The council bought the land in 2006. A couple years later, they went out to the RFP, rejected it, went out to the community, finished the vision plan. Vision plan came back, went back out to the RFP, selected the developer team. Now we are at the point, our project, the EIR has been issued. It's out for 45-day public review, coming back on September 16th. A portion of those funds will get us closer to closing that gap financing. And again, that project is about housing for veterans, seniors, and families with adult daycare center, resource family center, ample amenities on the project. And that is the vision that your city council adopted, and we're implementing that for you. We have an executed disposition development agreement, a regulatory agreement, ground lease is executed, you own the dirt. It's going to Planning Commission in November, coming to the City Council in March, and then we anticipate commencing grading in early next year. We also have Wells Fargo, JP Morgan Chase, PNC, Hudson Housing Capital, and many other private equity investors ready to come into this project if we can move forward and close that gap financing. We're not asking for it all, we're asking for a small portion of it. Again, this is your project as much as it is our project to deliver to you. In closing, we look forward to this. We're your partner, and if you would like to set up any individual meetings, city manager, with our private sector investors, we're ready to do that. So we hope you could put some of those funds towards Mission Cove project, because after all, that was a mobile home park for residents. The rents were guaranteed, and a portion of that should go back to housing. Not all, a small portion. Thank you. If there's any questions, I'd like to...
If I may, I'll jump in, John. We had feedback at previous council meetings and, let's say, some other meetings we had in which the voting majority of the council wasn't going to spend any of that money on that project, is what I'm getting feedback. And that's why we see they were spending it on other issues, and before it's all spent on everything else, I want to get something a priority, because I don't think your project was going to get funded by a vote of this council. I could be wrong, but that's the feedback I got. So if they're going to not give it to you, I want to make sure I have the possibility of using it for something that would benefit the city of Oceanside and the people here. That's my opinion. I got that feedback from this council. So with that, I think it should have all gone to you, but since it's already being chopped up for several issues, before it was all gone, I want to make sure I set aside for something. I know your project was very important, but I'm not sure if tonight we voted to go to the rest of the money of Laguna Vista, it would go that way. That's how I felt like it. So I was going to use this item to try to get that money for another project I thought that this whole council would support. I know you've been trying hard. It's affordable housing for veterans and seniors, but it didn't look like that was going to happen. That's my opinion. I'm sorry for that, but I thought it was a very good project, and I thought it was money should all go back to you. Since it wasn't, and it was being used up and chopped up quite rapidly, I wanted to make sure I got involved. So I want you to understand that too, but go right ahead if you have more comments.
Right, and Mayor Wood, also, again, we're not asking for all of that. We're asking for that small portion to get us closer. There are additional funds that we're going for as well, additional federal home funds. This is not a make or break of the Cove project. If you say no, then that's fine. But I can tell you that it will be further pushed out. This is an opportunity to bring it closer and to get those jobs created. And it is a recommendation by staff. And we've been working hard with Marissa Lundstadt from Planning, Russ Cunningham, George Buell. We've been working hard to get this through the process. The land is bought. I mean, we're there. So, and manager's recommending a small portion of that. So we're getting closer. And I'm asking the council to support that tonight. Again, this is not just our project. This is yours for your city housing element. We're trying to get that housing built. More rooftops is what we need.
Thank you, John. I appreciate it. Mr. City Manager, I'm sorry we got you out of order. We heard your items first. We'd have found out, but what was your suggestion on this money usage?
Mayor and Council, staff does have just a brief presentation on item 33. If you'd like to see that now, we'll have a slide that shows the recommended allocation.
I'll take that out of order and go right ahead, sir, please.
See, Luigi was on his way out. Honorable Mayor, council members, I'll try to, since you already got into this, I'll make this fairly brief. The total proceeds to the city is about $5.6 million. You do have a policy where you receive one-time revenues that you would use those revenues for one-time expenditures, debt reduction, or to enhance your reserves, and they should not be relied for future budget periods. You had some discussion back when with the Oceanside Mobile Home Park Authority to use the funding to allocate them to the Mortgage Revenue Bond Fund, which would then go to affordable housing project. As John just mentioned, the priority affordable housing project for the city has been Mission Cove. You've already identified and allocated $650,000 to the beach sand replenishment. Now those monies are not encumbered for any project. They're just allocated within your budget. You will need to take separate actions to actually encumber those funds if a project comes forward. You also allocated $3 million for the beach area restroom replacement project. There were a number of other projects that we put in the memo to you in the backup material that had been previously identified as needing money. Those included the Senior Center kitchen, Mission Avenue Phase 2, pier rehabilitation, both some of the bracing and the concrete portion, the quiet zones, the pension obligations, and then public art. There's about $2 million left in the Laguna Vista sales proceeds that can be allocated. I will also tell you, as of this afternoon, I went over with our interim finance director the preliminary year-end numbers for the past budget year, and with one exception, every department was under budget in their expenditures, and primarily that's the result of our internal delay in filling vacant positions and holding positions open for some period of time, and then actually the recruitment process as well. And we also saw some increases in revenues, primarily the result of the residual distributions from the former redevelopment agency. Right now, we're looking at approximately a $1 million difference between our revenues and expenditures to the good. So we will end up with about $1 million surplus. It could actually be more depending upon how the year end actually, because our year closed out with additional few days in June that weren't accounted for. So we see that there will probably be a little bit more in funding that's available to you. So you do have an additional, and we're being conservative, $1 million that you could allocate to projects. Our recommended allocation for the Laguna Vista sales proceeds was to put we tried to kind of break it up and give everyone something, to put $650,000 to Mission Cove, $500,000 to the Healthy City Reserve, restore your unallocated general fund reserve, put $300,000 to the pier rehabilitation, and $25,000 to public art. We had funded that for a long time, and we stopped that funding a number of years ago. We also had received some input in regards to the timing for the Buccaneer Beach restrooms. They are in the city CIP for design, I think in 2 years out. Again, you have $1 million that was not available, and I said we're conservative on that. If you wanted to put $500,000 to the quiet zones now and try to build that account so that when such a time comes that you need money, you have some money there so you're not scrambling to try to do assessments or anything else. And I would also then recommend that $250,000 of that go to expedite the Buccaneer Beach restroom, because we've gotten a lot of complaints, at least from the public. You're doing all the beach restrooms, but it didn't include Buccaneer Beach. And that's primarily because Buccaneer Beach was not within the redevelopment area. So you do have some flexibility there. So in addition to that $2 million, you do have an extra $1 million. Or you could apply the whole $3 million to the quiet zones. And as soon as we finish the diagnostics, then we would have money available to come back to you to allocate to actually go building everything, regardless of any other funding sources or partnerships that we could enter into, that you would then have at least a good portion of the money to build all of it in one shot. So with that, I'll leave this slide up, and if you have any questions, I'll try to answer them. If not, I think you've already heard from the public on this one.
Mr. City Manager, again, I don't want to jump over numbers that we're working on here, but for my sake, I wanted to come to the attention of the council and the city, if there's money available, go to the quiet zone, because I think it's more priority than some of these. But I'm willing to understand all the other priorities for other council members. I thought most of this money should go back to the Mission Cove anyhow. If there's something like this is your plans later today on this item that we didn't get to, I support that, with the understanding that maybe the motion I would be is hopefully that the staff would come back to us with numbers, that extra money you're talking about, and what's available, and what you've heard from Sandag or NCTD about putting some of the money, whatever it is, if it's not this, the new money, start putting it aside for that project to get it moving fast. I know you're going to have to go out to review, and that's going to take some money, but I'm willing to compromise like anything else for people. I just think it's a priority. And if you've got to spread all of the thing, I think you've looked at it with staff and other input. So I'm going to go with your plan. I just want to make sure that if that money that was available left over from Laguna Vista and it was going other places other than Mission Cove, I wanted to go to the priority, which I thought was that quiet zone. So thank you for that. I'm going to go back to the old number because you're still there, you got a couple more to go. What I would like to do with the council now is this item I brought up, 28. I'd like to see if staff would come back at a reasonable time regarding extra money and the quiet zone. So I don't need a motion on that, I just come back to us. So I don't need a vote on that. Is that okay with everybody? So with that, I'll close out 28. Yes, sir, Jeff?
Mayor, I'd just like to suggest that, if we do have this found money, and you wanted to set aside other than the Healthy City Reserve and unallocated general fund reserve, that's $1 million until, and put in that allocated funding the $1 million, and then that $1 million is made up, those two are funded when we have the final budget.
Well, I think that's very nice of everybody, because no matter what the city manager wants to do with the money, we all have to vote on it. And sometimes we all have different locations we'd like to send that money. And I appreciate that, but instead of putting it on tonight, I got ahead of the city manager, but I wanted you to make sure that money just didn't get spent somewhere else on the funding off of the park sale. I'm sure it wasn't going to go to Mission Cove, but with this input, let's go that route. I'll drop this item and say staff come back at a later date and time as soon as possible regarding that money, and now I'm off of that. Back to the city manager. There's no motion needed on that 28. Is that okay with you? That leaves us going back to items. I know I've got 19 and I've got the city manager items.
We're on 33 still. We're on item
I know, I said I got item 18 and I've got his 3 items. What do you want to take your items and finish off, sir?
So let's be on this one.
I apologize, just to interrupt real quick. The unique circumstance of combining item number 28 and 33, we did have a late submission from the public for a request to speak on item number 33, and given that was provided prior to City Manager Weiss's presentation, the member of the public is wishing to speak at this point in time.
Sure. Certainly can, but I was going to say item 31, 32, and 33 are all the city managers. He's going to handle all those at one time. But for speakers, we can take one right now.
Take one.
And get that out of the way, and that's on 33, right?
Yes.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Cherry Lane. On 33 here, you have the issue of the sand being, money's being spent for sand and also for the quiet zones, which are being talked about as well. We have also an issue when you're talking about that, the dams that are basically holding off a lot of the sand that's coming to the coast. You have the cliffs, which are basically being held up from being deteriorated down from the sand to the coast. You also have, like I pointed out to Councilmember Feller, sandbars which are being basically built right off our coast, some within a few hundred feet off our coast. These need to be addressed. And we can get that addressed through the integrated water management plan that's currently being developed by the San Diego County Water Authority. I would encourage you to take and look at that. For the quiet zones, there are other funds besides SANDAG. You have the right to also petition through the federal railway funds. There are a number of different agencies through those that you have the right to petition through and to apply for. The same as North County Transit or the SANDAG that you have the right to do as well. I would encourage you to look into those. Those are additional funding sources which we normally do not have, but other cities have. So I would encourage you to look into these potentials of other options that we have available. Thank you.
We have one more member of the public wishing to speak on this item. Mary Jane Dragowski may come forward this time.
No problem. Hi.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'll be brief. Our partner on Mission Cove, John Seymour, actually was very eloquent. But we've appeared before you early in the year before Laguna was sold, and asked at that time to be considered for part of those proceeds to keep Mission Cove moving faster. It will create 300 jobs, as we've justified before. We will be bringing jointly to the table about $65 million of private equity. I am routinely talking with banks, and they are always asking me about our pipeline and specifically about this project, and that includes Union Bank, B of A, U.S. Bank, Chase, and National Equity Fund. They're ready to go as soon as we're ready to go. So as John indicated, we are, our EIR is out. We hope to be able to start grading early next year, and so obviously I know you have difficult decisions, and I respect that. But anything that you can provide for Mission Cove would be greatly appreciated for the seniors and veterans and people that need to live there. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further public on this item?
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, your item still, if you're finished or want to touch on basis?
Honorable Mayor, council members, I believe the city clerk has called actually item 33 as we're hearing it. So at
Yes.
this point, given the comments that I've heard, from what I gather from council member, or at least Feller's comments, that you're comfortable with, asking here, the Mission Cove allocation. I heard combining what was designated for Healthy City Reserve and unallocated general fund reserve, combining those and allocating those to Quiet Zone. And we also have the extra money for Quiet Zone and Buccaneer Beach restrooms.
Yeah.
I got several, I got three.
We've had,
Where are we?
Okay, we're back to 33, and Councilmember Feller had mentioned something earlier about using some of the money for a different source, the Quiet Zone plus the extra meal.
Is that in the form of a motion or just suggestion?
it's just a clarification at this point.
I know it was. We're on 33 now. The other one I moved on. Here's this one. We have speakers on this one. Councilmember Sanchez. This is only on 33 now.
Right, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I really appreciate being able to weigh in on this because I unfortunately was not at the meeting on June 26th. I had put it heads up that I was going to be attending the International Livable Cities Conference and hope that we wouldn't be voting on or putting on the agenda anything critical or important, and unfortunately this was on there, the $5.6 million. So this is my first chance to weigh in, and I am disappointed because what we should be doing is making this money stretch. I believe, first of all, that these funds initiated from home funds, it's housing department funds. I believe it was probably an oversight that once there was a sale, and this was a sale of a leasehold that the city had, the city bought the leasehold, money was being generated every year for the maintenance and for capital improvements, and things are really going along. But this council decided didn't want to be in the business of being part of managing a mobile home park, so that's what happened with the sale. I feel very strongly about moving forward on Mission Cove, so we need to put some of those funds into that. I'm hearing it doesn't have to be all of it, a portion of it, and I didn't hear how much that portion. No one has said to me what portion that would be. No one has said a dollar amount. Can you say, Mr. Seymour, can you say what dollar amount that is? Staff's recommendation. Okay, great. So that is included in I believe what would be recommended by the staff at this point. Okay. Now for the larger picture. This is something we were not really anticipating, $5.6 million. We have a lot of needs. I understand, and I did get a chance to get a presentation by staff, that in terms of the renovation of the bathrooms, that's already in the budget. That's phase one. Phase two is what we're talking about here, these $3 million. This is the bathroom at the band shell. That's what we're talking about, $3 million. Yes, that's what staff told me. Now, we should not be spending all of this money on bathrooms, because what we should be doing is leveraging. The Coastal Conservancy gives grants for things like this. I've seen it over and over and over again. We have not even applied for that yet. I asked staff to do that, to look for monies everywhere, because it's about making these funds stretching these funds. Same thing with Sandag, when you have, like, we're looking at the Coast Highway improvements in South O. What they always look for is leveraging how much meeting whatever the city's investment in a project. This is one that's going to be a smart growth, livable cities type thing. That is, that's what they're looking for criteria-wise. Funding. That's where you're going to get, into the 1, 2 priorities for Sandag funding. We should have some funds set out for that. The thing is that we have not really had a chance to look at everything that we could, that's really important to us and that we're actually going forward on, and looking at potential funding, how can we accomplish most of all of these. And so this is why I was disappointed about the $3 million, because we don't have to put all of that in, to fix the, yes, we want to do that. It is a historic building. It's going to cost more to fix it. I really don't see doing a maintenance building out of it. I'd rather see something like a visitor serving that will get us the dollars in terms of the Coastal Conservancy. I see that over and over again, as I said. So the money is in there for Phase 1. Phase 2 is the bathrooms, and also, looking at, where the police have office, and also whatever else the building is being used. So. I don't want to spend it all. I think that we have services we've got. We still have to deal with the issue about lights in Rancho del Oro. We've got all of these things that we have people asking us to address, and we need to come to decisions. We need to have some kind of a settling of the issues that we have that are critical. Lighting, for me, is a public safety issue as well. So, we once upon a time said, hey, we'll help you, we'll do, what we can, and the money went away, and we didn't get any response back. Actually, it was a, no, we want to do all of it. I still want to act, I still want to proceed in good faith in terms of, some of these issues, including lighting in Rancho del Oro. So $5.6 million, I think we can actually stretch it out to do, several things. We've also talked about Jeffrey's Ranch. There's still the issue about, I'm looking at Joan when I talk about this. There's still the issue about how it's closed, Jeffrey's Ranch Road. There are all of these things that we have where we could put money, like the mayor said, quiet zones, $500,000, and I guess now $1.5 million, and yet, where is this? What are we going to do about these other things? And aren't they as important as well? This needs to be more of an equitable distribution of, where we put these capital improvement type funds, not just in one place. And we need to look at keeping Marshall Street Pool open. I mean, we've got a lot of requests, and I think we need to talk. We need to really plan this out better than, knee-jerk reaction, without really knowing what's out there and how we can, leverage these dollars. So that's what I've been hoping to say for 30 days, or how much, I guess it was longer than 30 days. So I'm hoping that staff will continue to look into getting more funding, because we can do that. I have every, belief that we can do this if we come up with a project that is visitor serving, that is going to, fix the bathrooms or rehab the bathrooms to this historic building. I think they wanted to do another bathroom, fix that and then fix it in terms of actually for maintenance use, but I'm sure we can find another use for it, and then do bathrooms and, police substations, something. That's something that could be where we can get money for. So I appreciate the city manager's proposal for the balance, but I don't want to see $3 million spent all into one project. As to sand replenishment project, I understand that there was something that was not anticipated at all. It was the Grunion. Very unusual for Grunion to be there at that particular time. And so that's why sand was not placed on the beach, this one time. So now that that's going to take more studies, it's got to be a certain, it has to be sand that is acceptable quality. Most of that 600,000, whatever, is transportation costs, but they now have to do all this analysis of those additional costs. So we're probably looking at more, closer to 800,000 for that. So, and since it's going to probably happen closer to the time that we do dredging, we could probably put the sand, we could probably distribute the sand, in a better way. That is our sand. We're talking about sand that is at, what is it called, Wayland Lake. And we do have provisions for, that's right, they have to get another permit, so they have to go through another permit, because we don't have a permit at this time. That's another process, and that's also not a cost. But we do have provisions for storing at El Corazon sand in the meantime. So there are all these little details that we've got to really look into and try to figure out how to stretch our dollars for the betterment of our entire community. So those are my thoughts, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Folin, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I think when we voted on this last month for the beach restrooms, that of course was to replace the funding from the redevelopment when that was destroyed by Sacramento with their reckless money grab. And the bathrooms were always recognized by the city council as being critical both to our residents and our tourist business community. And so I think the council made the correct decision in moving forward in that direction. Certainly if we can get additional funding from other sources to offset some of that cost as money is spun off, I'm sure we'd all be happy to allocate that in a different direction, but I don't see any point in reversing that vote. My understanding is that's the money we needed to move ahead now and go forward. If that's not the correct assumption, I'll be open to correction from the city manager, but we want to make sure that project gets done. Based on our feedback, that's what we was told, that that's the most important thing that's going to have the most immediate impact. It's like the face of our city that we need to get done. As far as the remaining money, if there's not a consensus on where it goes, certainly that's what unallocated general fund reserves are for, and we can pull it out from there. Whether or not an opportunity comes up for quiet zones or Mission Cove or anything else, peer rehabilitation, I would certainly be interested in that, because once again, that affects our business, our image, our tourist business, and benefits our residents. So that, certainly would be high priority for me. On the issue of Mission Cove, I guess I'm kind of confused and need to go around the track again on this, because I'm hearing like two stories that Mission Cove says there's private sector people are waiting for the city to do stuff, and I'm kind of under the impression the city's done what we've said we're going to do, and we're waiting for the private sector to do their share. So, Mr. City Manager, whether you or another member of the staff who feels more appropriate can explain that to me. Who's waiting on who here, and where are we in terms of the agreement that we signed with Mission Cove in terms of, is each side done what they said they were going to do? Is one side waiting on the other? Who's waiting for who here?
Yes. At this point, both sides are in the process of doing what they've said they were going to do. As Mr. Seymour had mentioned, the EIR is now out for public review. The process to review the environmental process has taken longer than what had originally been anticipated. The DDA had time provisions in it that allowed for at an administrative level to provide up to one extension up to 1 year. That extension has been granted. Any further extensions would need to come before this body. At this point, I don't anticipate that there will be a need for further extensions based on what has happened so far to get the environmental work done. So that environmental work has been done. As we move forward in the negotiations and in doing the DDA with the developer, they had demonstrated that there was a funding gap. And the city has put money into the project, but they've identified a funding gap. They are seeking private investors and tax credits and their whole affordable housing money generation, but there's still a funding gap. And that was identified early on. And part of that DDA included that future revenue that the city would get for affordable housing projects would initially be allocated to Mission Cove with some caveats that we could do other things with it. So there was always this anticipation there was a funding gap. This $650,000, should you allocate it to the project, does not close that funding gap all the way, as you heard Mr. Seymour say. I think it helps funnel the project a little closer, but there's still going to be a need as we move forward, partnering with them to identify other funding opportunities, and that may be in the form of other one-time monies or other ways of offsetting some of their long-term costs. So right now, the EIR is out. Once that EIR is completed, at least the environmental steps are moving forward, the project is moving forward, and the funding will have to kind of, at some point, merge with the development of the project. But right now, everything is on track.
Okay, now, assuming each side does what they're supposed to do, and how much more is needed from the city to do what we said we're going to do so this project can move forward?
I don't know if I can say how much more is needed from the city. There's still a funding gap. We are aware that there's an opportunity to receive some additional monies through the former redevelopment. There's a loan that's going to be able to show up on the recognized obligation payment schedule that would go into this particular project. I can't tell you what the actual funding gap is. I'd have to ask Mr. Seymour what that is.
We can certainly ask him if he wants, because I mean, I'm hearing, 650 now. I don't know what we're going to be asked for in the future. I want to know, what's going to be the final number, however it's stretched out. What can we realistically expect to be asked for to complete this project, so we can prioritize that and understand what time frame we're dealing with other needs like quiet zones and everything else that we've discussed, and basically not overpromise here.
Councilman, thank you for keeping the dialogue open. The funding gap right now today is $3.5 million, minus the staff recommendation of $650 leaves the balance. How are we going to get the balance? In your recently adopted housing element, you had shown in there additional federal home funds coming to the city. That's the other portion of approximately $374,000 for 2013 and 14, and additional inclusionary housing fees. Remember when you went back and revised the ordinance? There's other developers in the city coming forward and using this as a bank, and also doing the fees, writing the fees to the project. So with the federal home funds, the anticipated inclusionary housing fees coming forward in the next year, and that will close the gap. We're doing our value engineering. Once we close that gap, then we are able to apply for the tax credit allocation. That's when the developer, the equity comes in. When we get the allocation, that's when the $65 million comes into the project. It doesn't come in now. They can't do that for the federal law. So what Mary Jane was saying is that combined, we have probably 7 or 8 private sector investors that are waiting for us to make the allocation submission to TCAC, the Treasurer's Office. Once we get it, that's when the money comes in. But we're not allowed to apply until we have the EIR done and the entitlements, which is coming to the Commission in November and this body in March. So that's the timeline. We are that close. So if we don't get the 650, and then we get the federal home funds and the inclusionary, we're still tracking along to close that gap. That's how close we are.
Okay, now then, if I may, if we commit the 650, and did I hear correctly that based on the other sources from the city, from other taxes, other revenue that's already allocated to affordable housing, we will have done our part?
Yes.
And the shovel will go on the ground. We will not have another vote up here for one-time funds or anything like that. Everything else is already in motion based on allocated funds.
You have federal home funds coming from the federal government anticipated, okay? Plus you have the future inclusionary housing fees coming in. So those two sources will be coming in over the next 12 months according to the report out of housing. So we will have to come back to you one more time for that allocation. And then we are done. We're ready to go. Right. Phase A, B, and D, out the door. And delivering the pad to Phase C. That's where we are. So it's this and the federal home funds and those inclusionary housing fees that are coming forth anticipated.
And Mr. City Manager, are you basically on board for that summary? Does that work for you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, then, if that's in fact the case, it would seem to me that the $650,000 recommendation would be a good way to go, unless any other members have something we're overlooking here, and that we have this project put to bed, and it is something, you know, that we've been working on a long time, and can get that moving. That would seem to make sense to me. I don't know how we want to address the issue of the mayor's request. I guess whether we're allocating something for quiet zones or allocating it for the general reserve fund. In fact, you know, it's always there if some emergency comes up, if we want to go another direction, but it certainly would.
If I may intervene, I'll go with this because he's got some other money potentially can go there, and I'd rather have this stuff. Reserve can always come out of reserves.
Right.
That's
Exactly.
right. So I'm really stick with this, and I just want to make sure we didn't use up all the money that wasn't going to be used, everything in the world out of the sales of the park, because I didn't think it was going to this. Thank you.
Okay, and then the issue, I want to follow up on a comment Councilman Sanchez made on the issue of the Rancho Del Oro lighting. I did meet with the board there, and at their most recent meeting, also being a resident of Rancho Del Oro, along with the city manager. And certainly the city did win its case, but you know, as we know, there is often a difference between the law and justice. And as we were discussing possible settlements, you know, the council did throw around a few ideas, and certainly it wasn't zero. And so I do think it is an issue we need to come back to. And since each side has proven the legality of where we stand, that still leaves the issue of, you know, I think coming to a fair settlement or a fairer resolution to that issue than where we're standing now. So I certainly would want to address that issue, whether it's as part of next year's budget or you know, some of the one-time money that may come in with the adjustment of this year's year-end budget. So I think I would go along with the mayor's suggestion of voting for this allocation now. It seems the best one that meets the priorities that we've heard, and put this issue to bed.
Thank you. Councilmember Kern?
Thank you, Mr.
Deputy
Mayor.
Mayor Kern?
It doesn't matter. We understand what we're trying to think. I want to make something really clear here, because there was like a misstatement up here. This money does not belong to the housing department. This money belongs to the citizens of Oceanside. So the proceeds that we receive should go to the best use to benefit most of the citizens of Oceanside, not just one department. I'm a little disappointed in the Mission Cove presentation because they started this project before we sold the mobile home park. And now coming in tonight that somehow if we don't allocate money to them, the whole deal will fall apart, or it'll be stretched out for years, that this is some need here that if they never got it. I'm trying to understand that saying, or what was being said here about we really need this money, otherwise we can't close the gap. Because before they had a pro forma, before we even sold this mobile home park, and they should stick to that pro forma. You know, I'm not willing to commit any more money till I see some private equity in this. I think the city's on the hook for $17, $18 million now. So I think we've done our part. I think we need some performance. They haven't met their benchmarks. We had to extend. So until I start seeing some performance on benchmarks, I'm very reluctant to give them any more money. You know, if we want to take this one-time money and use it for affordable housing, I'd rather give it to the Solutions for Change up on Wetzel Street. Because I think if we gave them the money, that project will probably be done before Mission Cove turns a blade of dirt. I mean, so that's, you know, if that's our real goal here is to provide affordable housing, I think we have a project that's coming forward that might be able to get done. So as far as the other thing, yeah, I kind of ran into a buzzsaw when I went to the South Oceanside meeting last week about why did you forget about Buccaneer? You know, they were, you know, we did all the beach restrooms, and it's all the beach restrooms except the one at the band shell. It's the ones on the sand, Tyson Street, and the one at Wisconsin, and the ones on the pier. So it's all the ones except the band shell. And all the design was done with redevelopment money, so all we need to do is fund the construction. So that's why we brought it forward at this time, because now we can get this done, and it will be the best benefit for the most people of Oceanside. So I commend the mayor on the quiet zones, because I think that would be a better benefit to the citizens of Oceanside, strictly those in the rail corridor, to put the money towards quiet zones than the other projects. Because I think we're all up here to do what's best for the full citizenry of Oceanside instead of just one department. I'll wait till there's a motion before I vote, but that's I have no idea where we're at and how we're going to go. You know, so you know, some of the healthy city stuff, you know, we allocated some money for that. You know, so, you know, we had a motion last meeting to increase it from 12 to 13%, and I don't see why we're revisiting that vote that we've already taken. I mean, and then we also had a vote for the infrastructure amount of $500,000 effective the 2014-2015. That vote's already taken. We shouldn't be revisiting that vote, because if we're going to go back and keep revisiting votes that we've already taken, we'll be here ad infinitum just reevaluating votes. So I am, you know, the idea, I would probably just make the motion, just put it all in unallocated general fund reserves right now and figure out what we want to do with it. You know, I think right now we have everybody here trying to figure out what to do with this money, and we have to try to make a decision tonight. Maybe we shouldn't have to make a decision tonight. Maybe we should wait 30, 45 days and just say, hey, let's think this thing through before we go out and start spending money. So obviously everybody has their own ideas about it, but right now I'm just a little confused about all the moving parts right now about what the motion is or what we're going to do. So actually I'll make a motion that we trail this for 30 days and come back with some decisions.
Is there a second?
I'll second it for discussion.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually am not confused. I know what is presented here. This is the city manager's recommendation as to $3 million because he presented to us the fact that we have another $1 million surplus. I also addressed the prior council action because I was not here, and I gave the heads up I would not be here. And I think that I think it was last December, maybe it was November, that one of our council members, maybe two, gave us a heads up. Listen, I'm going to be gone this day. I would like, you know, out of respect for me, I would like for you not to do anything that that would be critical or, you know, spend a lot of money. And we did that. So I'm hardly ever gone, and I don't anticipate being gone again. But if so, I would, you know, ask us all to be respectful of each other and put something at this, especially if it's not time is of the essence. But having said all that, I actually would like to make a substitute motion that we adopt the city manager's recommendation as he has proposed, which is what is on the board now, plus what Councilmember Feller has added to it, which has been accepted by the mayor, and basically it was reiterated by the city manager, that incorporates the extra $1 million. So I think that is what we're here about, not the initial $3 million. I'm actually hoping staff will not spend it all, that $3 million, because they will find other funds via getting grants. But as to what is on the table tonight, what is on the agenda tonight, I'm ready to vote. And that's substitute motion, and I hope that there's a second for it.
There is a second. A little bit of confusion about the extra $1 million. I think that's something that the city manager is going to bring back to us. I'd rather vote on what's up here on the board and not touch that $1 million, let him get back to us. I pulled mine off on that item because I think it was important before we spent the money, but I'm willing to let staff come back with the city manager about that money around. I just want to address that. If he'll amend it to this what's up there, I would second.
Then the substitute motion is to approve what the city manager has recommended per what's on the board, understanding that staff's going to come back with the other $1 million.
Thank you, and I would second that motion. And discussion? You haven't had your turn yet. I see a light on discussion. I
didn't get to speak once, so I appreciate a chance to go through here, and I hate to beat a dead horse, but the motion in the substitute, of course, deals with the Mission Cove, and Councilman Kern gave a pretty passionate speech that seemed to pretty much contradict the understanding I thought we had worked out here with the city manager and Mr. Seymour in terms of missed benchmarks and things like that. So I'm trying to see that we at least can all agree as to where we're at here. And so I guess I'd ask Councilman Kern, based on the discussion I had with the city manager in terms of, I mean, what is it that you feel hasn't been met, or that Mission Cove should have done that they didn't, that we're in effect making up for stuff they haven't done?
Mr. Mayor, can I answer that one?
Sure, you can ask a question. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I got a rundown of what the agreement was, and actually, they did ask for an extension. So they're actually, and I don't think they're going to meet their year extension. I really don't. I mean, the idea that they were supposed to apply for something in November.
John, hold on.
And the idea that, and so we're extending that. Now, they have 2 times that they can apply for these tax credits, November and July, is my understanding, or November and June. And they're not going to meet November, and they may not meet June of next year. So I'm just, the idea that we're, and the bottom line is that they had a plan before this one-time money became available, and I'm just now reluctant to say, okay, we have this one-time money, and somehow they're desperate for it. If we don't approve it, that the whole deal falls apart. So maybe that's the tone that I'm missing, but it sounds.
Okay, well, I think that's kind of the crux there. I guess that caught my ear that everything should have been fine before the sale, and now we're using money from the sale to patch up what you think is a hole that shouldn't be there. Is that a good summary? Okay, I guess
what I would add, though, if you recall, when the city entered into the agreement, redevelopment was still alive. The city received 20% of the tax increment generated by the redevelopment agency that went to the city's affordable housing program. A good portion of that money was being allocated to this particular project. With the elimination of redevelopment, that money went to the state and left a gap for this particular project. Yes, there were some issues. The extension was requested and granted, but again, part of the reason for the one-time money is because there is no longer the affordable housing money coming from tax increment that would have been available to the developer.
Now, if we vote tonight to commit the $650,000, where does it go?
It sits in one of our accounts, it would be in the non-departmental account, and it would have the Mission Cove name next to it. And once they decide that they actually have to use it to spend it, the council would have to take subsequent action to encumber the money to that project.
Okay, so we get a second bite at the apple, and so basically, now, between tonight and any of those subsequent votes, is Mr. Kern's issue going to be addressed in terms of them being able to apply? I mean, are they planning to apply for these funds in November? Is he accurate in terms of that calendar?
Mr. Seymour would have to verify it, but it's my understanding they can't apply until they get their EIR and entitlements approved and can demonstrate they have the funding. So the schedule for Planning Commission for EIR right now is, I believe, in November.
Okay, so then Councilman Kern would be correct in that they would have to turn around and apply next July?
I'd have to ask Mr. Seymour that.
I'm just trying to have, at least we all agree on what the facts are, and then we can have an opinion.
Thank you, Councilman and Mayor and Councilmember Kern. No, there's 2 times you apply, not November. The first time's in March and the second time's in July, twice a year, March and July. I don't know where that information's coming from, but it's March and July. Second of all, if George Buell was here or Marissa, she could tell you that we as the developers are pushing staff so hard to get this project through, and they are working as hard as they can. Reason we didn't make our schedule was not because of us. We are a national developer, that's why you picked us. We are the best company for this deal. It's because of the complexities of the project, of the land that you're ground leasing to us. And it's no one's fault that we've fallen. That's the complications of development. It's not our fault. It's not the city staff's fault. If George was up here, he would say, you know what, I sometimes get very upset because these guys are pushing us so hard. That's how hard we're pushing them and trying to be fair with staff. And staff is doing a great job. This is what happens in development. This is a large project. This is 14.5 acres. This isn't some 60-unit rehab deal that we've done 5,000 units of. This is one of the largest comprehensive projects in San Diego County. In fact, it is the largest comprehensive. There's no other larger project, Councilman Kern. And when RDA went away, that money, that was part of the RFP that went out, and that was part of our funds. Now, what we've done is cut back probably $3 million in value engineering and streamline that project down so that we can still meet your adopted vision. We could get rid of the adult daycare center and say, but we're not going to do that. We can get rid of the family resource center, but we're not going to do that because that's your adopted vision. So we can come back and we can meet with you and say, we can further cut the costs, but we're not going to do that. We want the highest architectural integrity of this project. And so that 650, if it doesn't go to Mission Cove tonight, it ain't dead. This project is far from being dead. That's going to move it along quicker to replace those lost RDA funds. And like I said, I would do anything to get Wells Fargo, JP Morgan Chase, Union Bank in to meet personally with you to tell you that Community Housing Works and National Core are the best developers for this deal, and that we're ready to write the checks, but we can't until you apply for your tax credits. We can't apply for a tax credit so we get the gap filled and the EIR done. So we're looking at getting it done, coming to you in March, and then applying in July for our tax credits. And the DDA allows us multiple attempts to apply because it's very competitive. We're competing against the city of San Diego. This project's competing against multiple projects down there, down south. And so we've spent probably $1 million to date on staff time and our own money as well to get this project moving. So, you know, we're your partner on this. We're not your enemy. We're your partner. And I appreciate your comments.
If I might just take a moment to speak for Community Housing Works, who is the developer of seniors. It's a confusing field, and I appreciate that. I echo what John said, but we have not increased the gap that is in our DDA. As John said, we are working diligently to get that reduced in any way we can. So please, the reports of the death are greatly exaggerated. We're all city staff, we working very hard, and we will get this built. I absolutely know that, and I'm looking forward to that day we will have ribbon cuttings with all of you. Thank you.
Okay, and then on the other project that was discussed that's not on this list that I think is important is the bathrooms at Buccaneer Beach. Now, based on the current plan, it's going to be basically another 2 years before that's completed. If any of these funds were allocated for that, I mean, at what point in the process is money holding things up? And if we basically had a blank checkbook, how fast would this go?
If you allocated the money tonight, then we would need to start the design process and then the entitlement process. Because of where that restroom is, it's going to take a significant amount of time for the design and entitlements because it's in coastal jurisdiction. So if you allocated the money tonight, we would then start the design process, or at least do the selection for design consultant to go. We have other issues down there with, we do have a tenant that's running a business that would end up being displaced for some period of time. So we would need to see what their needs are, because we'd have to include a visitor serving commercial component there, and the overall demands of the restroom. So we'd start that process now. Hopefully the design will be finished within a 6 to 8 month period. The entitlement process, I can't tell you how long that would be because of all of the regulatory agencies, but that would certainly expedite what would now, we wouldn't even start for a year.
Okay, so if we did, well, I guess in the roundabout way, if we did something tonight, how much quicker would the bathrooms be done as opposed to the current plan and the current budget?
A year.
So we could accelerate that by, and what's the amount for that roughly?
In the CIP budget, it's $250,000 for the design and entitlement processing.
Okay. Well, I think in lieu of that, and based on what I heard, that we would be coming back for a vote for the Mission Cove money anyway. And so tonight, in effect, doesn't accelerate that process. And we have the issue of the Rancho Del Oro streetlights. We have the issue of the Buccaneer Beach, and if we want to accelerate that, it does seem to make sense, and I'm kind of getting a headache right now, having this roll over, that we ought to put it all for now into unallocated general fund reserve, and in view of the total priorities that's been discussed, see if we can hash down the numbers a little better and vote on the projects as we get more information and actually have to come to some decision points.
Thank you. Councilmember Feller, please.
The Mission Cove was approximately $4 million gap just about, I don't know, 3 months ago, 3 or 4 months ago. So we are significantly better. We have property that we're selling that I saw in the newspaper over the last couple of days that the city of Oceanside is selling some properties on Coast Highway. The thing that, I mean, I think you can put these as placeholders in you know, Mission Cove. I'm satisfied that this is a valuable investment, this $650,000. The Healthy City Reserve, I don't think we need to touch that, so you can throw that into the unallocated general reserves. But so I would leave Mission Cove and stick everything else into the unallocated reserves.
Including the pier rehab?
Pardon me?
Including the pier rehabilitation?
Well, that is, it's, if we felt like that was a need at the time, I think we could probably just take it right out of the unallocated reserves.
All right, well, I'll amend that.
Does that work, Mr. Weiss?
If it works for you.
Yep, okay.
I'll amend my motion to reflect that.
Yes, we have,
The substitute motion.
So,
Do you second that, Jim?
I'll second that. Thank you. It's fine.
So what I got is 650 allocated to Mission Cove, everything else to the unallocated general fund reserves.
For the time being. Please, and that was the motion.
The original motion that I had from Councilmember Kern was seconded by Councilmember Feline for discussion, and it pertained to delaying the allocation of these funds for 30 to 45 days. And there was a substitute motion from Councilwoman Sanchez to allocate those resources. Now there's been further discussion. So we had a motion and a substitute motion.
We have a
right
substitute
now.
motion to vote on, yeah, which is 650, and then everything else in unallocated general fund reserve.
Can come back later for a vote for what it's used for. And if I may, it's getting a little bit late. We got items to do. I know that's a terrible thought. This is important, but try to make it to the point quick, and that's Councilman Sanchez, please.
Oh, no, please vote.
Well,
No.
no, there's still speaker like votes items here.
There are more speakers after this?
Yeah, well, no, we have a substitute motion, but there's still speakers on that, so I got, what did I just say?
Okay, I'll call the motion then. I'll call the motion.
Call for the question?
Call for the question, yeah.
Okay, we'll have to vote on that, please.
You need a second.
I think we're ready to vote.
I'll second it. Okay, fine, let's get it going. Second that item, so if you will, please vote on that for a call for the
I think we
question,
can
please.
do this now.
Let's get it going.
It's getting late.
Motion approved, 4-1, Kern no.
Thank you. So there's a motion we're going to vote on now, which is, you need to hear it, anybody again? It's just the 650 and everything goes in the reserve.
Right.
My life needs to go, there we go. Please vote.
Motion approved, 4-0, Kern abstain.
Okay, and clear all this stuff off.
Just pretend I'm not here.
Want to abstain?
No.
Oh, just not.
My light says no. If you want to record a no vote, record a no vote.
Okay, I'll record another.
That's my light. It's lit up on mine.
Yeah, it came in late, but that's fine. I'll record it as a no.
Marcus Hart.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Mr. City Manager, you have 31 and 32. Do you wish to address those individually or combined or whatever? Do they involve a vote for us or what?
Mayor and Council, I mean, if it's your desire, those are timely only, and we need some direction as we build the 5-year forecast for next year and the budget. If you'd like, I can address those at another meeting.
Yeah.
That's fine, that'd be kind of wonderful. So we'll skip on those, Mr. Clerk, and come back at a later date and time. If I go back in my thing, I show that I have 19. I hope there isn't somebody from staff that's been here all night.
There's still items not on the agenda.
Item number 19 is denial of a request to establish an all-way stop control at the intersection of Kelly Street and South Horn Street. Yes. Then we have public. Yes, then item number 26, communications off the agenda. Okay. I'll restate it. Item number 19 is denial of a request to establish an all-way stop control at the intersection of Kelly Street and South Horn Street.
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, David Carroll, State Traffic Engineer. I'm back. The item before you is a recommendation from staff. The council deny the request to establish an all-way stop control at the intersection of Kelly Street and South Horn Street. Staff was contacted by residents requesting all-way stop controls be installed at the intersection of Kelly Street and South Horn Street to help clarify the right-of-way between vehicles and pedestrians. From the exhibit, you can see that the intersection of Kelly and Horn Street is a four-legged intersection located in a residential neighborhood into the south of South Oceanside Elementary School. Stop controls already exist on Kelly Street at Horn Street, and there is a yellow school crosswalk on the north leg of the intersection. An always stop warrant analysis was conducted in which no warrants were met. In briefly, just going through this warrant analysis, and this is what we use to qualify an intersection for an always stop. We basically, if you look at A, this would be if we've already qualified an intersection for a traffic signal and we needed to do an interim measure, we would consider a intersection for an always stop, which is not the case. We look at the accident history, which we did at this particular location over the last 4 years. There was no accidents reported. And then we go through and look at traffic volumes, pedestrian, bicycle volumes. And again, following the graph, this intersection did not meet our requirements. So, to go on, South O Elementary School currently has 2 adult crossing guards, one located at the always stop. Let me go back to the other, to the PowerPoint presentation. There we go. So they have 2 crossing guards. One is located at the intersection of Stewart Street and Cassidy, and then they have 1 adult crossing guard located at the mid-block crosswalk at Cassidy Street at Seriano Street. Staff contacted the school principal about relocating one of the crossing guards, and we were informed that there is more concern with the guards at the current locations due to the much heavier pedestrian vehicular traffic. So based on staff's observation as school let out, approximately 30 students accompanied by adults cross at the intersection of Kelly and Horn. City staff has updated all the school signage around the school, which included signage to supplement the crosswalk at Kelly and Horn. So at the June 24th Planning and Transportation Commission meeting, the Commission recommended approval for the always stop, stating that the location is near a school and has a fair amount of pedestrian activity. This concludes my presentation. I'll be available to answer any questions.
Thank you. David, it's unusual to get this come that we deny them. This went through transportation, came forward to you, and you looked into it and said no.
Honorable Mayor, that's correct.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Public?
No public on this one.
Back to the council. Councilmember Feller, please.
Thank you. There are not very many sidewalks in that general area as well. I know there is along that side of the school that runs down there, but and around the school on a couple of sides, but on the other side there are no sidewalks. On the other side of Stewart there's sidewalks, and there are no sidewalks going down Cassidy West. So you know, that is probably circumstantial. I don't think we're going to be able to add sidewalks in that area, and Kelly is not a very busy street, and that's where you do have your stop signs at this point. I mean, we just have to trust that crosswalks do that, and the parents that are having their children walk unattended, or if they're 5th graders and below there, so if they're walking unattended, that's probably not the way it is in this day and age. Most parents would be with, or an adult would be with the parent, with the child. So I will move your recommendation to deny the request.
I'll second. And we have a second. Thank you very much. Councilmember Sanchez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do note that the Planning and Transportation Commission heard this and actually voted to approve the stop sign 4-1. I am really sorry that we don't have anybody here to speak on behalf of this. I am concerned whenever there is a school, especially, and I think that was the justification that they gave, that they voted for it because it is near a school. It is next to a school. So, you know, I am concerned about it. I wish I could hear more, but kids' safety for me is more important. I know that I constantly hear requests for stop signs because of cars that are traveling really fast, and it's unfortunate. I think, Mayor, you often say that it's your own neighbor, it's somebody that soccer mom, whatever, that is just trying to get their kids back and forth, and those are the tend to be the offenders. But it does slow traffic down. It does make the place safer, and I am about safety first, so I'm going to vote the opposite way, which is no, I don't know, whatever that is. It is late, but I'm sorry that, again, the folks from the neighborhood are not here who asked for it, but out of abundance of caution, I'm going to vote for the public safety of it. Thanks.
Councilmember Feline, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I guess since it looks like Kelly Street has the stop signs and Horn Street doesn't, is that correct?
Councilmember Feline, that is correct.
Okay, now, I assume the parents, the community members who brought forward this request had some reason for it. Were there near misses or things that they were concerned about, or just didn't get reported as accidents? What was the reason the neighborhood came forward, other than if someone had the idea that there should be a stop sign here? Usually these things are motivated by some incident that we want to make sure this doesn't happen again kind of thing. Do you know what took place here?
Councilmember Feline, from what I understand is that it's just the pedestrian activity. We looked at the accident history. The reported accident history doesn't show anything. From one person's perception to another, they might call them close calls, but the request was that there's children crossing at the crosswalk with no stop controls. And from what I've been told, in the afternoon, there's about 30 kids or so, and they're crossing with adults that are crossing there to go over to a after-school program at the church down the street.
Okay, and as part of the Transportation Committee, did anyone come forward and say, we don't need a stop sign there, I already stopped enough, and I want through traffic?
Councilmember Feline, as far as I know, no, that was not the case. We had one member that came to speak in support of it, and he obviously got the attention of the Planning and Transportation Commission to vote to install the stop sign. But again, as far as the engineering studies, which we're held to, these are the standards that we have to follow, and it did not qualify based on those.
Okay, yeah, and I certainly accept the engineering analysis. I don't have a problem there, but what harm would be of putting it in, and rather than better safe than sorry kind of approach? Because I'm kind of sensitive to it being near a school too, and having issues of, obviously a larger number of kids congregating, and I'm just kind of looking at it when we make the decision to put in a stop sign. Is there any attempt to poll the neighborhood and say, or is it just, as I understood you correctly, one person came and said, I want a stop sign here, and that's what drove this?
Yes, Councilmember Feline, I believe we had a couple requests on it. We'll evaluate it based on our engineering study. It did not qualify, we deny it. We take it to the Planning Commission. There's a public forum for people to come in and speak at that time in favor of it, which happened. So, and now we're here tonight. Again, it's really at the discretion of the council. If you would like the stop sign, then we would move forward with it, or not.
You mentioned the school felt, based on the traffic, they felt it was more urgent that their crossing guards stay where they're at, but do they have any opinion one way or the other if the stop sign itself would be helpful?
Good evening, council members, and Mayor. This is Montila Cotter, Assistant Traffic Engineer, and I spoke with the principal. I met with him at that corner and was observing the pedestrians crossing and the traffic through there, and he did not have any great need for an all-way stop at that intersection. He thought everything ran pretty smoothly.
Okay, I guess I'll lean with staff recommendation, but in terms of any members of the neighborhood out in TV land or on the commission, I'm certainly willing to come back and look at it again if there's a compelling case that we're missing here. But that's, I guess, based on that, I'll go with staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sanchez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did leave one thing out, and usually it's a petition, right? That's how it gets to the Transportation Commission. So there were several neighbors who wanted this, is that correct?
There was one petition, it was, I think, from the church, and they had sent a letter actually to the council with a, petition, but that's not necessarily how we go forward with, conducting all-way stops, or that's not the decision-making to put an all-way stop.
No, I understand, but the way it gets to
it can go
of staff.
Oh, it doesn't need a petition. It could be one person contacting us. There's no petition needed.
Okay. Several years ago, I was leaving Kelly Street to go home, and I had a really bad accident on Vista Way. And the traffic there is fast, unfortunately. And, I saw the guy, light it just turned green, so he apparently just went straight. And as I was crossing, he went from 0 to, there, and it was just really fast. And he almost hit me broad on, and instead I was able to gas it so that he could hit me in the behind and basically totaled my car. He said he wasn't going any faster than 65 miles an hour. Was not good. So he must have been going more like 90 miles an hour. Traffic is a problem in this neighborhood. It always has. Kids, even though there's no sidewalks, they walk, they ride their bikes, and it is a safety issue. So that's why I'm still going to say no. Double no means yes. That's it. Okay, thanks.
Excuse me. Please vote.
Motion approved, 4-1, Sanchez, no.
Take number 26, please.
Item number 26 is communication on off-agenda items. We have two members of the public wishing to speak. First, we have George Sadler. Second, we have Lance Rogers. Either order, if you prefer.
Well, we held you for the end. We would have the important stuff.
Well, Council, I appreciate your time. I'll be brief since it's getting late, but I'll leave you on an interesting topic, which I know this council has visited before, and that is, believe it or not, medical marijuana has left me here until the evening.
Can I get you brought a little more to the mic?
Yes.
Let me get on the record.
Lance Rogers. I'm an attorney here in San Diego, an Encinitas resident, and I've avoided those trains in Encinitas all my life. And I've fallen into a niche. I focus on the representation of medical marijuana patients and dispensaries in California, specifically in San Diego. I've represented the first licensed dispensary, which was licensed by the San Diego Sheriff's Department, worked hand in hand with law enforcement on that issue, and I'm currently with the shareholders group working with the city of San Diego to work on an ordinance for that city. So I'm here before you on what I believe is an important public safety issue to end the evening tonight. I'm here at the request of Nature's Leaf Collective. You'll hear from its president, George Sadler, here in a minute. Specifically, he has approached the city to bring this issue, I'm sure, once again before the council for its consideration. He has spoken with Mr. Weiss, the city manager, and has been advised to bring it before council in the form of a zoning text amendment, which is how we'll be proceeding. As part of that, Mr. Sadler and the collective have worked with a trade association by the name of the California Cannabis Industry Association to sort of look at data specifically with regard to public safety and how best to address this issue. There is a draft amendment that has been created for the collective, which we'll be putting before the city. it's been my experience that the data shows that with a lack of oversight, which is currently what we have in the city of Oceanside, crime goes up. So what we're asking for is sensible regulation that balances both the very real impact, public safety issue of marijuana with finding an outlet, finding an access. Because the problem that hundreds of citizens in the city of Oceanside face right now is, where do you get medical marijuana? And there's no answer to that. There has never been an answer to that. That's why this issue keeps coming before this city in the form of litigation. And I've been involved in litigation with the city attorney's with the city attorney's office on this issue, and I'm hoping that we can avoid this go around. There has been recent legal case that came down from the California Supreme Court in May, which hopefully will clarify the legal landscape. Additionally, the California State Legislature hopefully will draft an ordinance that will clarify this for the city. So we'll be back before the city. We're just making a brief introduction, and I look forward to working with the city on this moving forward.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is George Sadler. I'm here to introduce myself as the director of Nature's Leaf Collective, a medical cannabis dispensary located in Oceanside. I'm here to let you know we are actively in the process of filing an amendment to the zoning for medical cannabis dispensaries in the city of Oceanside. I've met with the Planning Commission department and as well the city manager, and have been advised to pursue a path through the city council and the Planning Commission. I do understand this can be a controversial issue, and that you as members of the city council have to make difficult decisions for the city of Oceanside. I really hope that you will consider working with myself as the director of Nature's Leaf Collective to not only provide safe access, but to help in the process of regulating the position of dispensaries in the city of Oceanside. There's clearly a need within Oceanside for the dispensing of medical cannabis, and with the right structuring, this city can offer a safe access for the more than 13,000 registered patients in the city of Oceanside. You have clearly started this process by allowing doctors in Oceanside to provide patients with the recommendations necessary to obtain medical cannabis. But the problem now is where the patients have to go to obtain their medicine. We should all remember that medicinal cannabis has been legal in the state of California since 1996, when Proposition 215 was passed, and it was the people of California that fought hard to legalize it. The need for medical cannabis has become in such a demand that dispensaries are needed to not only provide good quality and safe medicine, but to also provide a comfortable and safe environment for people to access their medicine. With patients ranging from surviving cancer patients, MS patients, and many other patients with life-threatening illnesses, and elderly to our veterans, we should really consider accommodation for their needs to this medicine. Working together with you as the City Council and the people of Oceanside to regulate not only the number of dispensaries in the City of Oceanside, but the types of locations, and into the finer details, we can provide safe access to all the registered patients of Oceanside. I thank you for your time, and look forward to meeting with all of you. Thank you.
Yeah.
No further public on this item.
Okay, thank you very much. Could you go to the City Council reports, please?
First, we have Mayor Jim Wood.
Mine will be short, but I had some real interesting visitors over the last month. We were generally shut down for the council meetings to let city staff and other people have vacations, but during that period of time, I was lucky and being involved in a very busy foreign visitors. I've had approximately 120 visitors, students here from France over the last week visiting. And we have another group, I think 65, that's here this week from France. And then we had a large group here from Taiwan. And they were very educated and spoke fluent English. The French were wobbly on their English. And then I had a large contingency of students and teachers from mainland China. What I thought was interesting is they're all coming to Oceanside. You know, it kind of caught me off guard, but here all these foreign countries are bringing their students, and not just to LA or something, they're coming to Oceanside. And I thought that was wonderful. The French students indicated that they were really a part of a group that always went to San Diego, but now have picked Oceanside as their spot to come here, their students, parents, and teachers. So I wanted to pass that on. I guess we're a draw from around the world, and they were very polite. I enjoyed talking to all of them. Some were better in English than others, but I thought that was pretty interesting for people to know. The other thing, I'm looking forward to the mayor of our sister city, Kisarasu City in Japan. Jack and I have both been to that city, and they treated us like royalty. And well, this is Kisarasu. Our cities are Fuji and Kisarasu, but both cities treated me like royalty. I enjoyed the visit there. They're coming here, the mayor of that city. Yeah, looking forward to introducing him and some of the people that came with him. That'll be sometime in the early part of October. So, I mean, the council would obviously be involved, and they treated us like royalty, and I would hope the same from all of us. So that's all I have, and thank you very much. Be safe.
Deputy Kern.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Actually, I just wanted to talk a couple things. You know, one, the surf contest this last weekend was probably more people on the beach than there were on 4th of July. I mean, it was a very well-attended event, very national surf contest. They were very complimentary of the police department and the help that they got in controlling the crowds, especially on the autograph lines were quite long. So I think, you know, Oceanside, actually we're the center of surf industry production in the nation. There's more surf industry manufacturing facilities in Oceanside than any other city in the nation. So that we're known for that, and retail for that. In fact, paddleboarding is becoming bigger and bigger too, and we have a paddleboard manufacturer out in the valley now that they're doing quite well. So the idea, I think that's the next big thing, is paddleboarding. So, and also tomorrow morning I'm giving a presentation to North County Economic Development Council on the economics, health, and prospect for the city of Oceanside. So I will be meeting with them and the other members of the Economic Council and tell them what a great deal Oceanside is to move your business here. So it's kind of an ongoing thing. I think I went last month, and it was Mayor Hall was talking, so it's my turn this time. So anyway, and that's all I have.
Councilor Floyd.
Thank you. Just touch on the fact that we have a wonderful series of concerts in the city, and I attended one of the concerts in the park, and attended the Heritage Park concert with the gospel music, and that was wonderful. We had the opening for the Marshall Street Pool, and it was great to have that facility back available for the community. Of course, we touched on the spectacular fireworks. It was absolutely wonderful. But of course, earlier in the day, we had Oceanside's 125th year anniversary celebration. It was great to be part of that and be part of something that won't happen for another 125 years, and to hear the old-timers talk about the history of our city and what we've accomplished from back in 1888 is wonderful, and it was great to be part of it, and that's my report.
Councilor Feller.
Thank you. Had a lot of birthdays in the month of July in the family. Most noteworthy is my wife, Bunny. What a great gal. And so I wish her a belated happy birthday, although I was there for her birthday. Spent a week up in Northern California, and UC Davis is like a Midwestern campus. It really was fun to be up there and see what my grandson is doing, and I was able to see a lot of family and got a good rest from the turmoil here, and thank goodness for San Diego, huh?
Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you. Well, there were so many things that happened this past month, so many fantastic things. It's great to be in Oceanside. Oceanside is, you know, the bomb. Just some highlights. I did attend the International Little Cities Conference. I got to meet mayors from all over the world. along with all over the country, and it was phenomenal. There were several projects that were highlighted. I'm so excited about what they talked about and what other cities are doing that I believe we can do as well. There's some things that we are doing, but I think that we can, up the ante. And I'd like to do a presentation some other time, but I do want to mention there were two top cities that were, highlighted, and one of them was Salt Lake City, the mayor of Salt Lake City. He gave a presentation. In a very short period of time, he has implemented separated bike paths, implemented into neighborhoods. He's really, International Livable Cities Conference is about making every part of the city livable, bicycle-friendly, kid-friendly. The actual focus of this year's conference was making suburbia livable. They talked about, kind of like facts about suburbia, that in the 1950s it was like we're kind of touted as where you want to bring up your family and the suburbs. And in fact, what ended up happening are people, especially housewives, felt isolated. Now, suburbia is where you keep going. For us, it would be going east. Keep going until you can find, it's an affordability issue now. And so what is happening is that a lot, we're getting more people who can't afford to buy a house living way out there, and we're also getting a lot of seniors. So poverty is starting to become an issue for suburbs, and so there's this idea about rejuvenating or redeveloping the suburbs to make them centers, put that, and it's all this ideas about the European Square and the idea of, having places for people to congregate, making them pedestrian friendly, having those shops on the first floor. And in fact, I did meet with a developer who is looking at the Mission property where the school was going to go, the high school, and here's a perfect opportunity to build the best possible using all of these ideas about livability. I also attended the grand reopening of Marshall Street Pool. Boy, those kids were excited. I think a couple of weeks after that was the Taco Friday, with Bull Taco coming in and giving the kids free tacos. Those kids, it's just a wonderful, wonderful resource. When I was growing up in Oceanside, 30,000 people about when I graduated from high school, we had the Brook Street swimming pool, and swimming was required to be able to graduate from high school. Now we're a city of 180,000, and we have, Brook Street pool that is really overused. And then, I think we need to somehow make sure that Marshall Street pool is opened. So, great thing. And Scottish Rite Center, Councilmember Feller was there too. This is something held every year. This year it was 16 agencies competing for Law Enforcement Officer of the Year. And so everybody had a really great story to tell. They actually showcased every officer that was a nominee for that particular agency, from San Diego, Harbor, Oceanside. Everyone had, 16 agencies. The DA's office had one phenomenal woman who was able to recover 11 kids that were kidnapped, the non-custodial parent, and recover them, go, to great lengths to recover. So our officer that was nominated was Officer Matt Lyons, who has been doing some phenomenal work in Oceanside. And so when his name was called, I was hooting it up. No other council members were doing that, no other cities. And then guess who won Officer of the Year? Officer Matt Lyons. So you should have heard, I was shrieking and, hugging everybody. I guess it's probably not a good thing to hug anymore, but hugging everybody and just, really just excited, because Oceanside police officers are number one. They're one that they really care about community policing, and so I think it's a really proud thing for us to be able to say we've got the Officer of the Year. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I'll bring this up. after a month being off from the city. Before we close, I wanted to bring up one thing. I'll close in a minute, where we had city employee Nick Barnhart passed away at the end of July. Our thoughts and prayers go out to his wife Alejandra, his family and friends. He was a city employee, so I'm going to mention that. It seems like we have a lot more of that lately. I don't know why, but I would like to have a moment of silence for him and his family for that one, and then we'll adjourn to August 21st at 2 p.m. here in City Hall. And again, I thank you. And just for a short moment, please. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good night. Be safe, and our best to the family on Mr. Barnhart.